may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Hottest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Hold on, clear it up.
The Warthog. I love him.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Astrolabe. We are turbo farting today. You know, it's funny. Eastwood likes it when we fart. He likes to smell our farts. He's like, yeah, let me smell those farts. Of course, only my farts. I'm the only other one in the house that farts, of course. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to do something. We're going to have to do something about that. I don't know what we're going to do with this kid. This kid's out of control completely. Borp, thank you for gifting a sub to Fran Boss. Thank you to Gaga for resubscribing. Tyler J for resubscribing. It's Damn It Jeremy for resubscribing. You guys are patriots. I appreciate you. Please do note that the tips link today is not the normal one. I've pinned the correct one in the chat. It's just the straight Streamlabs link. If you use the normal one, if you go to Ko-fi and you tip over there, I will still get the money. And I'll try to remember to check periodically. I just may or may not be able to play an alert for you. It won't automatically trigger an alert. So just make sure when you tip your streamer today, please do use the Streamlabs link pinned in the chat. Yeah, you like the creature? Yeah, I got that this fantastic fashion place here in the neighborhood. We're deep in the fashion heart of Texas, and Walmart had a Creed shirt, and it's 100% cotton. I was like, hell yeah, $7 deal, absolutely. I was going there to get myself a hat because that other one that I've been wearing, now that I got my hair short again, I want to wear a hat. I used to wear a hat all the time. I used to be like 100% a hat person until I grew my hair out. I've got a big ass head. I've got I think I wear like a 7 7/8. The 8s are usually just a little bit too big, but I wear like a 7 7/8. So then with all the extra hair on top of that, I basically can't find hats that are comfortable. But now that I got the hair short again, I'm bringing back the hats. But that's the only one that I could find, and it's a 7 5/8. So wearing it for a little while, it starts making it starts like cramping my head in, and typically I just sort of I'll just pop it up and just kind of wear it up like a true white boy does sometimes. But with the headphones on, it just wasn't working. So I went over to there to just grab whatever they had, and check this out. Look at this. Isn't that glorious? Absolutely beautiful. Coca-Cola hat. I'm all about it. I also got just like a generic green and brown sort of like trucker style cap like this, and I'm just gonna be dad maxing. I am at that point now. I have fully embraced it. I am going to dad max. Man, basically as soon as I go live, all of a sudden everything starts happening on the timeline. We've got apparently like an associate of Anthony Fauci's has been indicted. Yet another one. Yet another indictment has come down. UAE is leaving OPEC. there's a new generic ballot poll, first tie in 50 days. It's got Republicans and Democrats at 50-50. There's let's see here. After Trump's USCIS introduced brand new fees on immigrants and raised old fees, USCIS has now announced that failure to pay certain fees in a timely manner will result in a rejection of legal immigration application and can be followed by your removal from America. That is today's entry in the. I can't believe this has to be. This has to be like said. Like there has to be a change made to establish this as a formal policy of the administration. But you know, this is where we've been. Zelensky is now talking about sanctioning Israel for something having to do with like grain shipments to Russia, something along those lines. Trump says that he's always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace, and now that the Mail traced Trump's family tree and found out he's the king's cousin, he says, I'll talk to the king and queen about this in a few minutes. So, holy crap. All the things began dropping right as soon as I decided to go live. But so we'll have plenty of stuff to talk about tomorrow, I'm sure, because yes, tomorrow we will be doing a lab. Normally don't do it on Wednesday, but since I didn't do one yesterday, we're going to do one tomorrow. I actually, you know, you got to get yourselves a wife, gentlemen. If you don't have one, you got to find one, because my wife has gotten her hands on some. I don't know, some cell salts and some homeopathic medications and some like white willow bark stuff or something, and she just bought them and just started. This is like she gets laid off from her job like the day after. She was like, okay, I've got some extra money coming in because of all this dog sitting that I'm doing, so I'm gonna go buy a whole bunch of stuff I've been meaning to buy for a while. Then the next day she gets laid off. Well, one of the things she went and bought was these like different supplements, and I don't even know what you call them, remedies, and holy crap, it's like it's made a huge difference. So yesterday, usually if I end up missing a show, it's because I've like the pinched nerve has flared up, or I'm just like in a sour mood. But yesterday I was feeling fine, but I was like, I don't have anything to say, and I don't want to force it. I really don't want to get to the point where I'm coming up here and I'm just forcing it when I don't have anything to talk about. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna nix it. Spend a little extra time with the family. Got to go to Eastwood's swim lesson last night. He's turning into a regular fish. I remember it was not that long ago that he wouldn't even put his face in the water, and now you basically can't keep his face out of the water. He's taking after his father in that sense. My wife says divine intervention. Amazon sent us the wrong thing, and that's the stuff that's helping me. So look at that. Look at that. The Lord is watching out for us. The Lord is protecting us. The Lord is making sure that even mistakes work out in our favor. So today I'm gonna see if I can kind of push through some of the stuff here kind of quickly. It never ends up happening when I say that, but I just want to talk a little bit briefly about the assassination thing. I don't have a ton to say about it. That's kind of like, all right, this is the thing that everyone's talking about. But yeah, there was another assassination attempt, and that person made a good point. That person made a good point. That person made okay. Everyone's making good points. I don't really have anything to add to this. But thank you, Emperor Atreides, for the kicks. But there was a couple things that I pulled out that I want to hit on, and a couple white pill things, and then we definitely got some Kino. We got some absolute Kino out of the event. That just keeps happening for some reason. We live in the time of Kino. And then Trump did this interview with Norah O'Donnell at 60 Minutes afterwards, and there was a couple of significant clips from that I pulled out that I wanted to talk about. Then we've got this problem of the retard right. Now, I've got a couple things in the lead up to that that are related to that sort of this tendency of people to just, I don't know, traffic in just blatant misinformation. This happens at different levels of scale. Some of it is just absolutely bald-faced, blatant. Some of it is a little more, I don't know, a little more sophisticated, a little more thought through. But there's a certain point at which it's like, okay, I was tracking with you to a certain point, and then you just veered off into absolute and complete la la land. And I've got a really, really good example of that. Now, I don't want to be the I don't have anything against the debate world, the people who go out and they debate the blood sports and all that. I don't have anything against it. but it's just kind of like when I'm looking for something to listen to, I've got limited time, so I'm looking for like high signal stuff. I need the high signal, low noise. I'm at 2.5x, blowing through everything, and I've listened to the debates. I've heard all the debates. You know, I don't. It's for other people at different points wherever they're at. It's good for them, and I think the people who are willing to go live that life, more power to them. Yes, Slutty Milk. I'm going to be talking about that clip. That's one of the ones I have today. DickKnows.hrt selectively paraphrases Greg Bavino in a clip. They tweet to avoid showing people that he's praising Trump. Yes, we're going to talk about that clip. But then, so I don't want to be the like reacts to debates channel. It's alluring because that stuff is absolute crack for views and impressions. So maybe I'll dabble in it a little bit from time to time, but that definitely is not what I am interested in doing. But this one I couldn't not. I had to. I started listening to it last night, just kind of like, okay, I got my Rich Does Politics, Joaquin Flores. I got my Tommy's podcast. The Balds just came out with their monthly episode. I haven't listened to that one yet, and I was like, all right, am I going to listen to the Balds and deal with Dave Collins dooming, or am I going to listen to the debate between Andrew Wilson and Owen Shroyer? And I ended up not regretting that I'd listened to it, even though I was fucking chimping out the entire time. I was just hopping up and down, hooting and yelling at certain parts of it. And I got to give a huge shout out to Andrew. There was a couple parts where I'll probably have some kind of critiques of him a little bit. But he also had some stuff that he did that I was like, yeah, I definitely would not have thought of that. That was very well played. But I think it's a really good example of someone who I genuinely believe is operating in some measure of good faith. I actually, surprisingly, I came out of it thinking a little bit better of Owen than I did going into it. And I'm not like, there was like Owen Shroyer and the other guy. I always put him in my like the categorized together with was Paul Joseph Watson. And I don't know if their content is similar or whatever, but they were both guys that I'm just kind of like, I'm aware of them. I've heard some videos here and there. I've kind of listened to them, see their tweets, whatever. But it's just not, more power to them. And then live stream the chimp out. Yeah. Yeah, I was out driving and I had to go pick up my sister from work, and then I had to go run a couple errands. I went and bought the drip here, and then I went out to charge the truck, and so I'm just like hanging out the Target parking lot at 1:30 in the morning, just hollering. Slutty Mo got him confused too. Okay, so it wasn't just me. These are guys that are like, okay, they're fine, whatever. When they say good stuff, that's great. But I've never been followed them super closely, so I never had like a really high opinion of Owen. And then watching him just totally troon out recently, I've been like, yeah, okay, I wasn't missing out on anything. But in this debate, he actually, in a certain sense, he actually increased my estimation of him.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Emperor Atreides. Cheeky with a gift gets a gifted sub. Long Creek, some other names I don't recognize. Ben Shapiro on 2X. Okay, a couple Patriots in there. Thank you, Emperor Atreides. Appreciate you, sir. So yeah, but I think it's a really good example of someone who is Andrew's presenting the like I don't know, like solidly informed truthster perspective. Like he's done some background, he did his research, he's informed. He has an informed position. He's not like full-blown like geopolitics autist, like gone all the way down all the rabbit holes and knows every single thing and has been following it really closely. So there's maybe a few gaps where I was like, man, if he only knew this. I know like he didn't have a thing right there for it, and I'm sitting here yelling at myself. But I think that he is doing the Lord's work with his profile, with the level of just absolute hate he invites on himself all the time. I think he's doing the Lord's work with this now, like, open trusting. No. We're drawing the line here. We're not gonna do this retardation. There's no. So my hat is off to Andrew Wilson for going and handling this, and he does very, very well. So we'll get into that here after I get through. It'll be like the back half of the show, and I'm gonna play as much of it as we get through. I'll stop and comment and everything, and hopefully I'm gonna post this up on YouTube later. So hopefully, since I play the thing from YouTube, hopefully the modern day debate guys don't take it down. I assume that they don't mind people doing reactions to their thing. What's up, Enchanted Hero? Good to see you. Emperor Trady says, I saw Dave Smith was beefing with Michael Rechtenwald. Yeah, and also, who else? There was Dan Bilzerian is beefing. Was Dan Bilzerian beefing with Dave too? It's just that's what this culture, that's what this industry is about. It's just like it's there's like clavicular, and there's like Dave Smith. And then there's like everything in between, and all it is this is like the extremely lowbrow, and to be fair to Dave, much more highbrow relative to clavicular. But it's the same thing, like walking around streaming and like all that sort of culture. It's just I don't know. It's like it seems to be a variety of porn. That's how it strikes me, and with a heavy dose of I don't know, Reddit. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So let's get going. Let's start with something that is significantly better. We've got ourselves a preview. If you guys missed the Sudawave, we didn't do it on Saturday. Did it on Sunday. It was tremendous. Moneyball, like majority of Moneyball with some smatterings of Mr. Holland's Opus and some incredible waves. Great monologue at the end from our propagandist himself. If you guys didn't see that, go back and watch it. You got one less show this week. Go back and watch that one. But he's got a preview here for next week. This one should be on Saturday. It says, Caesar, getting stabbed. Bro, why you got to do me like that?
Should've known it from the start you would deceive
Oh, hell yeah.
me. And now I'm left alone and lost inside my head. You're killing me again. I should've known it when you said it was your first time. Yet the football team would hug you from behind. From behind.
That is my culture. That was one of the happiest 3 minutes and 32 seconds that I have ever experienced. Masterpiece. Yes. Yes, it got canceled too soon. Oh, one of the greatest. I mean, even if they re-up it, if they pick it up again, like, yes, it'll be glorious, it'll be amazing. It won't be the same. It won't be the same. Perhaps the of all the shows of all time that got canceled too early, Rome, man. Titus Polo has got to be probably one of my favorite characters in any work of fiction ever. Oh man. Oh yeah, everyone's gonna be binge watching it this week just to be prepared for this weekend. Oh man, yeah, Deadwood is very good as well. Another one that I really enjoyed that got ended way too early was Jericho. More of a, I don't, maybe kind of like a would you call it like a cult classic kind of. So it seems to be very divides opinion. Some people thought it was gay and totally hated it. I was like, no, when they didn't continue it. It had such a fascinating premise. But yeah, man. Oh, Suda, sir. That was glorious. I've never seen Firefly. That's one that's always been. I've had lots of people tell me that I should see it, and just never actually sat down and pulled the trigger on it. Now I'm gonna need my single fellas out there. We're gonna need a I don't know, an assessment. Need you guys to weigh in here, because I'm out of the game. I am very happily living the husband life. But I guess this is like the video version of me going, fellas. This is like one of the Quirky Floyd videos. Even possible. I saw these videos and I was like, okay, I've never gone down a tap dancing rabbit hole, but I just don't understand. I don't understand how you do it. Okay, so we've got a couple of ball knowers in here. Hope Hild says, as a former tap dancer, that is some major skill and a crap ton of time practicing and choreographing. And then the Agitprop Master says, tap is all about weight shifts and being able to go relaxed and tense insanely fast. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking this has to be like the most incredibly tuned nervous system. Have such fine control over being able to tense, relax, and to coordinate that is insane. Insane. That Instagram account is, her name is Ariel Hyatt Step Dance. Ariel, Ariel, Hyatt, Hyatt Step Dance. little Holy Wars. We got a little Holy Wars in the pre-show. If you guys missed that, you're missing out. Okay. How about 66 seconds? What did he mean by this? 66 seconds of Trump Kino to get us rolling here.
You're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal.
That there
So
are
true!
For immigrants on the whole
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead.
The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. We just spent $1 million building a soccer field. Okay? A soccer field for our prisoners that happen to be in Guantanamo. Okay? I don't like that. What do you need $1 million for? Level out the surface. Let them play. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. No, that's what it is. We give them, think of it, a nuclear scientist, and they won't give us our hostages back. It's so insane.
And it is just mind-blowing to me that people are possibly shocked that he has done what he's done in Iran. Like, he's if anything, he has signaled it too much. He's told you exactly what he's going to do. His red line has been 100% clear for decades. He told you exactly what he was going to do. I didn't vote for this. Fuck off. I got to save some of that for later on. Now this one here, you guys are gonna have to bear with me on this one, okay? This is gonna be one of those. It's like the opposite of they had us in the first half. It's like the opposite of that. It gets better at the end. Just bear with it. Just bear with it because the payoff is worthwhile.
So this might be the most serious post I've made yet. I figured out why they hate Donald J. Trump. At first I was a little confused because, you know, he's a billionaire, he's Caucasian, he's pumped money into their campaign for years, but they just hated him all of a sudden. And I couldn't figure it out for the life of me, but after doing a little bit of research, I finally figured it out. So for the people with the super tight panties that are easily rolled up and it's quick for you to get your panties in a bunch, keep fucking scrolling because some feelings might get a little hurt in this video. And if you stay and watch it and then your feelings get hurt, then fuck off. I don't give a fuck. I warned you. This is your warning. So if your panties are easy to get in a bunch, do this.
Oh, look at my African American over
here. So obviously I'm not going to go all the way down into his birthright and his full length of history.
Yes,
but
hello, it's me, a black guy.
Donald Trump is the only president that's ever sat in that White House that is not a descendant of slave owners. Oh, but he's white, so how come? Well, let me tell you this. Kamala Hamas and Barack Hussein Osama are both descendants of slave owners. Let that sink in. Okay, but that don't explain why they hate Trump. Well, listen then, be patient. Fuck. Be patient. Okay, so what do the Democrats hate most about a particular...
Hang on, that be patient. That's got to be a soundboard, right?
Patient. Fuck. Hey, but that don't explain why they hate Trump. Well, listen then, be patient. Fuck. Be patient. Okay, so what do the Democrats hate most about a particular set of black people? That's right. They hate when blacks really wake up to reality and know that they're really the ones that been fucking up and been holding us back, and then we walk off the plantation. They fucking hate that shit. Oh yeah, but what that got to do with Trump though? Like I said, wait, Jesus. Donald Trump is a New York native, Queens, New York. His daddy had some money. Then his daddy gave him some money, which he took that money and made it into a ginormous fucking empire, the Trump Organization. Now for years and years and years, Donald Trump too was on the Democratic plantation. He was. And for years and years and years, he was cool with black people.
I told you to stick it out. We're over halfway there. Just keep sticking it out.
Matter of fact, He was the plug for loans when blacks couldn't get money from banks to start their businesses. But even better, not only did he lend them money, but when it was time for them to pay it back, he'd take the check, ask them if they love what they're doing in their new business adventure, and when they said yes, he would rip the check and the contract in front of them, tell them congratulations, and wish them best of luck in their business. No return. That's just who he is. For years and years and years, Donald Trump was heavily involved in the
that story there about him loaning like black entrepreneurs the money and getting them up and going, and then tearing up the check when they went to pay him back. That is a story that Judge Joe Brown has told, that he has talked to the guys that Trump did that with, and they're the ones who told him about it. So that's the source of the story. You know what? I love my president's mythologies. I'm just going to choose to believe it.
And years, Donald Trump was heavily involved in the progression of the black community. Even though he was on the Democratic plantation. That boy said, shit, well, what am I doing over here? This is the wrong side of history. But not only that, he took all his money over to the Republican side. And not only did he take it there, he fucking ran that shit and beat them motherfuckers. But get what? He didn't stop there. He called them out over and over again.
The first African-American president.
But the more they tried, the more he talked. They beat him. They framed him. They do everything you can possibly think they've been doing to us for years. They did it to him. And when none of it worked, they tried to take him out. Yep. They shot him. Yep, that's right. Donald J. Trump is a wigger. He's a wigger. That boy, my wigger. Yeah. November 2024, we voting for my wigger. That boy J.D. Vance, also my wigger. So when you go to that poll, better vote my wigger, my wigger, my wigger. My motherfucking wigger. Hey, Trump Vance 24, bruh. That's my wigger right there.
See, I told you it was worth it. I told you it was worth it.
White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up.
Keep my motherfucking president name out your mouth. Fuck, niggas.
A tip here from Matt Jeet Eriksar. The reason this didn't go through is not because of the emoji. It's because you used the other tip link. That tip link is not working to trigger the automations right now. You got to use the one that's pinned in the chat. But Matt Jeet Eriksar said, labing in the waiting area at a cardiology appointment for the fiance right now. Could use some Patriot prayers, everything goes well. Well then, sir. You must keep us updated on that. And you have our prayers, absolutely. Say a prayer for Living Dead. He outed himself in the chat, so say a prayer for Living Dead and the fiance at the cardiologist. Some Patriot prayers for our folks. What was I gonna say? Oh, thank you for the tip as well. I love the notion of black people identifying with Trump as like sharing in their struggle with them. He's like he's an honorary. What's their term for like the originating stock in America, like the original blacks? They have a specific term for the like the actual African Americans, like the original FBA. Yes, thank you, FBA. They're like, he's an honorary FBA. Oh, okay. Look at this. I showed you guys the Goy Fizz the other day. The patriotic Mountain Dew. Now we got patriotic Southwest Airlines. They're debuting a special new livery aircraft in honor of America's 250th. Independence 1, registration N1776R. Perhaps most eye-catching, red, white, and blue paint scheme with 1776 written in giant quill script, and the key phrase, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, from the Declaration of Independence and the three inalienable rights endowed to all humans. the airline says, look at this. Look at that. I love it. I love it when my companies start pandering to me. I love it. I might have to go out of my way to buy myself a. Thank you, Pale Morning Dude. I might have to go out of my way to fly Southwest. I mean, I probably wouldn't wind up on this aircraft, but just to support them. Beautiful. Another important win here. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ruled 2-1 in favor of the Trump administration on Monday, saying that federal officers can again use tear gas and other chemical munitions on protesters outside the ICE facility in South Portland. Bring back the mortars! I said Trump's DOJ is successfully securing the right to tear gas libtards in the street, and you're blackpilling? Thou shalt not blackpill. Yeah, I've noticed that recently the Homeland Security account has been, I don't know, a little more muted, and this seems to correspond to the ousting of Kristi Noem and Mark Wayne Mullen taking over. The Homeland Security account has been dialed back down a little bit. However, I can't remember if I talked about it on the show, but a couple of, I don't know, might have been 2 months ago, 3 months ago. There was a tweet that went viral that said that Trump needed, it might have even been more recently than that, said that Trump needed to rename ICE, the National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So it would be NICE instead, so they'd have to call them NICE agents. And it started out as a meme on the internet, and then Homeland Security said ICE is nice and posted this video.
People are starting to say, ICE, you're nice guys, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, the ICE agents are thirst trapping the mom vote. Now, obviously, when Homeland Security is starting to engage with something like this, it seems like it may actually happen. And I haven't had this confirmed yet, but somebody said in the King Pill Discord chat that there was an actual announcement that this is actually, it was this. Someone posted something from an Intel Urgent News and Archives Telegram account, so you know that it's true. It says, breaking, U.S. President Donald Trump to rename U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement as National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So who knows if this is actually true? We got it from a news aggregator Telegram account, so, take that for what it's worth. But it seems as if, from some of the other things I've heard, it seems as if this may actually happen. They're actually going to call them NICE agents. Of course, this is just, it's lobbing it. This is, this isn't the story of the second Trump administration. There's like this meme, this really funny meme that goes around, and people are like, oh yeah, that'd be fantastic. Totally do that. And the Trump administration is like, oh yeah, this would be great. This is like a, it's kind of like a low stakes way of sending a message and pissing off their enemies. And forcing the libs to now refer to them as NICE agents. And of course, they would be like, no, they're ICE agents. We're going to keep calling them ICE agents. We're going to call them Nazis. Oh, what's new? Thanks. Great. But this is also just, it is finely tuned to make the schizophrenic, the schizophrenic, hyper-conspiratorial, retard right just completely lose their gourds. Because, of course, that hideous strength and which is, everyone talks about like 1984 or Skynet or whatever, but that hideous strength is like, that was like a documentary novel. The organization in there that is a stand-in. It's like what'd you call, like, the NGO that this like scientific research NGO that's actually literally worshiping demons and like making sacrifices to demons and stuff. It's called NICE. It is the organization is called NICE. Thank you to Barndon for the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs here. Superior B, I see you in there. How about
waiter, more fascism, please.
Yeah. So if this actually happens, I guarantee you, the retard contingent is going to spaz out even more. Oh, see, this is proof. They're literally worshiping demons, and they're rubbing it in our face. Yes, when they pick up a funny internet meme, it's because they're Satanists. You got it. You got it, folks. Barndon is gifted 33 subs. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? You gift your 33rd sub while I'm talking about NICE? What does that mean? Any of you guys out there have a law degree? Any of you? Now, I don't care if you already have a job. That's fine. That's great. Because my president wants to hire you with flexible work from home hours. Trump's new immigration judges with no immigration law experience can earn up to $207,500 a year and are allowed to work from home to keep their day jobs. Jaw-dropping details of Trump's new deportation judges revealed. This is from the Daily Beast. Trump administration has hired dozens of new immigration judges with no immigration law experience, including some openly pro-MAGA views, in a bid to fast-track deportations. In an unprecedented purge, the Department of Justice has fired more than 100 immigration judges since President Donald Trump took office last year, and has hired more than 140 new judges to replace them. Gee, I wonder why they would do that. Must be because they're planning on cucking out on deportations. 2/3 of the new judges have no prior immigration law experience listed in their biographies, according to an analysis from the Washington Post. Just 24% had worked for the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, or immigration courts. In past years, most new recruits had backgrounds in immigration law, yet they still receive more extensive training than is currently provided, according to the Post. The DOJ's Executive Office for Immigration Review now appears to be hiring new judges based on their willingness to deny asylum, rush through cases, and help the administration meet its goal of deporting 1 million immigrants, sources told the paper. Prospective candidates are invited to apply for roles as deportation judges, helping to write the next chapter of America. They can earn up to $207,500 a year, plus 25% signing bonuses in some Democrat-led states, and are even given the option to work remotely and choose flexible hours that allow them to keep their day jobs. So they're offering extra signing bonuses to hire pro-MAGA immigration judges and offering major signing bonuses to those in Democrat-led states. The new cohort of judges includes Melissa Isaac, a defense attorney who represented 3 rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021, after Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden. Isaac, who later withdrew from 2 of the cases, also represented Alabama Republican Roy Moore, who was accused of sexually assaulting underage women in a defamation case over the allegations, which Moore denies. In 2021, Isaac gave a speech at an anti-feminist convention saying there were 2 types of women: a real woman who supports her husband, and a warm, wet hole who is promiscuous. That is a quote. Here's the details. Help write the next chapter of America. Apply today to become a deportation judge. You may be entitled to these benefits. $159,951 to $207,500 per year. 25% of base pay recruitment incentive for first-time federal employees placed at the following locations: New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chelmsford, Massachusetts, Boston, Concord, California, Santa Ana, California, and Sacramento. She also claimed that women and children falsely accuse men of domestic abuse at high rates in family court, and that more men suffer from domestic abuse than women. In fact, FBI data shows that most domestic violence victims are women. The issue is likely to come up in immigration court because victims often cite domestic violence as grounds for seeking asylum. All right, if we're going to have Foyds as judges, let's have ones like this. I mean, ideally we wouldn't have any, but if we're going to have some, I want them to be like this. Judge Shoe on Head.
Waiter, more fascism, please.
Another newly hired deportation judge, Carrie Holliday, is a former Republican Party state official who served as an immigration judge from 2006 to 2009. He stepped down after it was revealed the Bush administration had been hiring immigration judges based on their political leanings, which is against federal law. In 2010, a federal appeals court criticized Holliday for relying impermissibly on stereotypes when he denied asylum to a gay Serbian man who testified he was raped by the army, terrorized by police, and beaten by armed vigilantes because of his sexuality. Holliday wrote that the man's claims were discredited by the fact that he had no effeminate traits. Sorry, not faggy enough. Third judge, Nathan M. Hansen, shared social media posts about the Haitian invasion of Ohio, promoted the Pizzagate conspiracy theory claiming a Washington, D.C. pizzeria was operating a child sex ring, and voiced his support for ICE's violent raids in Minnesota. Unlike regular federal judges, immigration judges are federal attorneys supervised by the Attorney General. They can be fired under certain circumstances, but many of the judges fired in the past year have challenged their dismissals in court. These are the people that my president is hiring, and on the basis that they are going to deny people as fast as possible, what was it? Based on their willingness to deny asylum, rush through cases, and help the administration meet its goal. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Trump posted this the other day. This is one of those, like, I was taking a drink while I was reading it and like snorted water into my sinuses. Donald Trump says, Hakeem High-Tax Jeffries is a low IQ individual who is not smart enough to be running the Democrat Party. And I love the Democrat Party. That's just, it's not democratic. It's the Democrat Party. They hate it when you say that. And certainly not smart enough to be involved in running the United States of America. It's people like this who almost destroyed our nation with their high-tax, open border policies. In the future, Hakeem, a fine American name, will forever be known as High Tax. Seriously, one of the single dumbest looking human beings I have ever seen in my life. Who looks at this person and thinks, yes, let's make him the face of our political movement? Seriously, a genuinely low IQ person. Like, not just like, oh, he's retarded. No, like, you could see on his face. Physiognomy doesn't lie. One of the few remaining hard sciences. This is a dumb human being. Legitimately, like might struggle to tie his own shoes. Probably wears slip-ons so that he doesn't have to fuss around with trying to tie his own shoes. Hakeem, a fine American name. Mr. President, how do you do it? How do you do it? Just his posting alone. It would be difficult for me to express how much bad shit I would be willing to tolerate just to keep his posting around. There has never been another one like him, and there never will be another one. It's like a scan of Obama, but retarded. Yeah. A retarded scan of a retard. Whoo-wee! This is what the Democrat Party is running out. So, fortunately, we were able to actually catch on film what happened the other night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I know that there's been some footage that's been going around, but it wasn't the actual true footage. This was the real, true, actual, factual footage of what happened when Shinzo showed up looking out for his buddy again.
Nothing gay or retarded shall pass! Drop it! Drop the weapon! Get a Rick! Drop the weapon! That's it! It's lifted! On the ground! Hands! Hands now!
Wasted! I need to get this. So if I can isolate it from here.
Nothing gay or retarded shall pass!
Okay, yeah, that'll work. That'll work as a soundboard. Nothing gay or retarded shall pass! So I told you guys that there was some Kino that came out of it. And this is basically the Mike Vining meme. You know, there's the picture of Mike Vining, and people have, there's like a viral post that's gone around a whole bunch of times of the character from Sicario, the guy with the mustache, type of guy that wears like loafers and a golf shirt. Like that, when you see that guy out there, that's when you know that you've got the actual professionals on board. The guy that looks like an accountant, he's got a body count higher than anyone. Looks like we got one of those there. I don't know if we got an identification of who he is, and I don't know my badges well enough. Maybe one of you guys, can you identify that? Yeah, MP7 mentioned. I don't know, is that U.S. Marshals? Is that FBI? I don't know what that badge would be. Then there was this one. It was really freaking cool. Like, obviously, you know, you don't want to see these sorts of things happen, but it was really freaking cool watching all these guys, all the long gun boys, come streaming out onto the stage and just standing there, just drawing down on the entire audience. Everyone's out there, like, hiding underneath their seats. Pretty, like, we're getting a lot of Kino these days. Look at this guy. Imagine just kitted out, running out in amongst all the journos and everything. These guys are having fun. Yeah, flagging the press corps. Oh, I could get used to this. I would be perfectly happy just walking around ordinarily seeing this all over the place. I would have zero problem with it whatsoever. Give me a military republic with just guys like this just out on the street all the time. Another one of these guys, another one of the accountant types. Look at that. Just walking around the Hilton in DC. All sorts of Kino came out of it. Now let's see here. What else do I got? So this was one of the most interesting angles of all, because this is from down inside. As people were trying to figure out what was going on, this is down inside the banquet hall there, and you see Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, RFK, and their wives all in this shot. And there's something that all of them had in common. So that's RFK right there at the beginning. This is RFK right here on the left. Head up, looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. There they are, flagging the press. Trump being taken out the back over here. And he said there was people, they were like, all the libs were like, oh, he fell over, oh, look at him. And they asked him in the interview what happened, and he said that the Secret Service came in and they were like, sir, get down. And he said, I had my head up and I was like trying to look around and I was making it hard on him because they're like, sir, get down, please get down on the floor, get down on the floor. And Melania was down. And so then they said something about her like crawling or her being afraid. And he was like, I'm not going to say that. Like, the man's looking out for the honor of his wife. He's like, yeah, she's the fucking shooter. She has no idea what's going on. Yeah, she was freaked out. But Trump is there like over top of her with his body and poking up, looking around, trying to figure out what's going on. So here, right there, you've got, this is the back of the Giga Jew right here, crouched down over top of his pregnant wife, talking her through it and holding on to her.
Katie, do you have all your stuff?
Yep, I'm fine. Go.
RFK. see, it looks like, so RFK's got a dedicated, I don't know if this is, if he has Secret Service or if he just has private security or something. He's got a dedicated guy on him. And Stephen Miller's got at least one. That guy wearing a press pass? A press badge? Oh, I can't quite read it.
Stand by. Yes, sir.
Then, off to the right over here, you'll see Pete Hegseth.
Go to your right. Go to your right.
And I've got a picture here in just a minute of Stephen Miller and Katie going out. So here's Hegseth right here. Watch the guy. Watch his, if you're not watching right now, watch his face. I showed this to Amy and she was like, oh, he was here in the helicopters. Yeah, you could tell all the infantry neurons were firing in Pete's head. Totally. Watch him. Scanning, scanning. That jaw. Oh, he was ready. He was ready to take someone down himself. Look at that face. He's like, I wish a motherfucker would. Please, please let me. You can tell him he's like mapping out, okay, if someone shows up, I'm taking that guy's gun. I'm getting over here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that ain't PTSD. That's nostalgia. That was Dan Scavino, who was yelling, God bless America and USA. So then, this is the picture. Stephen Miller's got his priorities. All right? Stephen Miller, he's in the crisis moment. He's not going to lose his head. He's holding on to his prized possessions. But, very interesting thing in this picture. I don't know how well it's going to show up on the screen for you guys, but see what's back here? Can you guys see that on the screen there? I don't remember if I had another shot of it. No, I don't. You guys got to see this. This is the one, you got to see it here. There is Trump standing back there. Yes, the perfect "we're going to fucking kill you" meme. Trump is standing back here. They can't get him out of there. He wants to know what's going on. Mr. President, sir, we need to protect your... Shut up. Shut up. I'm monitoring the situation. Yeah, the guy by the glasses does look like Destiny. Oh, man, someone edit Destiny's face in here. Oh, man. Watching the way these guys all responded under pressure is just like... It has been generations since we have had actual men in positions of power. Say what you will about them, their politics, their personal lives, whatever. These dudes are actual men. Here was Bobby Kennedy III tweeted this out. Pops, you okay? Cheryl Hines says, yes, was crazy. Bobby's security team came in so fast and took us out of the building. They were lifting me over chairs. RFK, I'm really hungry. The man is an absolute meme of himself. Incredible. Yes, I'm hungry, please. I don't care about no stupid shooting. I'm hungry. My dinner got interrupted. Oh, man. Look at that shot. Remember I told you we got some Kino out of here? The actual character of the man, the actual fiber of the man, yes, that matters. But when I think of a Secretary of War, this is what I'm thinking of. The man looks the part. You might even say he's like central casting. Oh yeah, Rich Vainakino, totally. John Conrad said, ship captain who traveled with Pete Hegseth here. When we toured the nation's next supercarrier together and sat down to lunch with the crew, every eye in the room tracked Pete. It wasn't electric, it wasn't rhetoric, it was reciprocity. Everyone from the seaman recruits... Everyone from the seaman recruits to the three-star admiral was locked in because he wasn't self-conscious, wasn't buried in his notes, and wasn't reading off a script. Every person in the room felt seen and heard, even the ones who never said a word. Most journalists take copious notes. I soak in details and run simulations. Maybe that's just not the journalist in me, it's the ship captain. We were standing in a cavernous hangar bay and I was already running a flooding scenario. What if the ship heeled hard and water poured into the compartment? I was working it fast. Watertight integrity, tie-down points, where the water would pool, where the escape routes were. Then a hand landed on my shoulder. Pete. He pulled me back into the room.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Emperor Atreides. He pulled me back into the room and we talked briefly. The guy is watching everything. And not just inside his inner sanctum of 4-star GoFos and PhD advisors like Elbridge Colby. He has rare situational awareness for what the warfighter actually needs. And he's reading X, too. I can't tell you how often something posted on X with real consequence gets clocked by Pete and processed inside his office. The guy has his head on a swivel. Dakota Meyer said, this is what it looks like.
Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Dr. Doom Guy! 5 more gifted subs. Man, thank you guys. You are fantastic. It's looking like... Yeah, don't recognize any patriots there. If you're one of those, if you're an actual lurking patriot that just got gifted a sub, then you'll have to reveal yourself. Dakota Meyer said, this is what it looks like to have a warfighter in a room full of politicians. Never get them confused. Proud to call Secretary of War a friend and even more proud to serve under him. I can't get over the fact that we have an administration that is populated. Say what you will about them personally with their ups, their downs, their mistakes, whatever. They are legitimate, good men. You know, leave that. They are men. They are men, period. They deserve our respect and support for putting their own necks on the line the way that they have. Like, just as a baseline. We can debate after that, but as a baseline, we have to agree that these guys deserve our respect and support, given the quality of men that they are, and the mere fact that they are men. When our alternatives have been not men. Trump said this in his little press conference that he did afterwards, where he was just there holding court. It was like almost midnight, 11 o'clock or midnight his time, and he was just out there holding court. But he said this, little 12-second clip, but it really just says everything.
Believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone.
Imagine being Donald Trump. Imagine leaving the life that he had, beloved by everyone, just living at the top of the world. And he decides to dedicate. He doesn't necessarily get into it knowing this is what he's up for at first, but after the years go by, he digs in harder and harder and harder until the point where he's like, I am effectively dedicating the rest of my life to this cause. Shot at more times than anybody in the public eye. They try to bankrupt him. They go after his family. They go after all of his assets. And the man sleeps like 4 hours a night, juggling all of these different things, purely for the love of the game. just absolutely dedicated to the future of the country. These sorts of people are extremely few and far between. Having any of them in a given generation is a massive blessing to your generation. We can only hope that he will inspire more to pick it up after him when he's gone. In spite of everyone's strongest efforts to slander him and discredit him and oppose and obstruct and shit and whine and cry and bitch, and in spite of all of that, there will be more who will rise. This quote here. So I got a few clips here from the interview that he did on 60 Minutes with Norah O'Donnell, and this first one here is a distinctly Trumpian quote.
Smell the gunpowder. Everybody hit the floor. There were a number of people who were very, very scared.
Yeah.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. You can really enhance your chances of having a perfect situation, but sometimes things will happen. I did want to see what was happening because, I'm the president. In one way, I guess I should be hiding. In another way, I want to see if I can be helpful. But I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly, it made me feel very safe, very, very safe. There was nobody going to get by them. And this was at the very back of the ballroom, looking at the back of the ballroom. Big
The
room.
counter-assault team that comes in.
Yeah, they were very impressive. I think they were very impressive. I think the whole operation was very impressive. The only thing you could say is maybe they could move that counterpoint out deeper. In other words, move it to the outside of the building.
Attractive men make me feel safe. Yeah. The fat American, sounds like a patriot here, says Trump operates on a very deep moral logic where the good must be beautiful and the beautiful must be good. The cops are heroes, so they're all good looking. This only sounds childish because you're modern and cynical and need to stop hating God. Yeah, that right. Just that right there. People perceive him as a they think he's a retard because he's like, the origin of the term based was like based on the ground, based in reality, based in it's grounded, it's foundational. The man is truly based. He is, whatever it is, tapped into the source, plugged into the source code. He is retard maxing his way through life in the most elegant, beautiful way. He understands all these things intuitively. You don't need to explain them to him. He can look at them and he can behold them and process them. Good things are beautiful. Beautiful things are good. The cops are good, so they're beautiful. The cops are beautiful. The cops are attractive. Like the man, he is so keenly in tune with all the little pieces of architecture and structure and the design and the decor and the stories about him going and like critiquing the specific arrangements of lights in his rooms and stuff. It catches his eye. These guys come in looking fucking awesome. And he's like, you can't look like that and be bad. And he just wills this into reality around him. He's got such an extraordinarily powerful spirit that just projects itself out into the world around him. He's one of the most deeply creative people that we've ever seen. In the most, like, foundational masculine sense of plugging yourself into your environment and imposing your will upon it. being tapped in and just vibing with the world around you. My president understands the rule of cool. Right. The true, the good, and the beautiful are one. Yes. Of course, he's not a perfect man. Very imperfect, and he's keenly aware of his own imperfection. There's only one perfect man. But in a certain sense, to the extent that he is plugged in the way he is, he's functioning as a type of that man. So he sort of laid a little trap in this interview, and then sprung it.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist.
Just the gall of these people. The absolute gall of these people. Now, actually, I missed a shot here, so let me play this one more time.
Officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands.
He did it. He did the meme. He's speaking to the millennials. He's like, you paying attention, millennials? Here, I'll do your meme for you. I'll break the fourth wall. I'll do the Jim Halpert meme. Now watch this.
With his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me.
The bitch! The man has been slandered to hell and back. He has been sued over this. Magoo!
Shut up, silly woman.
So true, so true.
Shut up, silly woman. Some of these women, they're so stupid.
She has the absolute gall. Oh, you think he was talking about you? Oh man, remember the Rome edit that I played, and Caesar, little. That's like, how dare you? Just. How do these people live with themselves?
I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're disgraceful.
Disgrace. Is there anybody else in the public eye that uses the term "you're a disgrace"? You're disgraceful. Then he had this line here as well. He is just as quick on his feet as he's ever been.
The other thing in the manifesto that I think is worth looking at in terms of determining his motive is he had been staying at the hotel.
Determining his motive. Why do we have to play dumb like this? Why do we have to play dumb? Like, what's his motive?
Since Friday. He checked in, he said he had cased the place, and he wrote, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? And he wrote this quote, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing. He wrote, like, this level of incompetence is insane. Sir, you have already had two attempted...
Well, he was pretty incompetent, too, because he got caught. And he got caught pretty easily. So I'd say...
Now, I have to say, like, I understand the people who are like, the security should be way better, and there's all these reports coming out there, oh, there's no security at all. Which, I gotta say, both her bringing this up the way she is, and all of the people coming out talking about how poor the security was, that smells an awful lot to me like, how would you say this? Like, advanced recon? Hey, FYI, if you want to do something, try again. Keep trying. He may have failed, but that doesn't mean the next one won't. The next one will. Yeah, max security does not project security of power. That's a good point, yeah. But, like, frankly, it doesn't, I mean, like, they stopped him. Nobody even got hurt. It seems like maybe there was a crossfire thing, and one of the Secret Service guys hit another Secret Service guy. And people, if that's confirmed to be true, people will be like, oh, stupid, incompetent Secret Service. But like, in that sort of an environment, like, you take the threat down. You just take him down, no matter what. So, like, I think on one hand, yes, the security could have been better. And in the future, hopefully it is. And also, it worked. Like, the security was adequate for the threat level. And the next time it may not be. And I saw people who were like, oh, if they brought like 24 guys in there and came in with flashbangs and like, okay, yeah, if they brought a fucking army, yeah. 7%er.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Oh, so true.
Presents from Grandma. People take Trump as shallow, but they don't understand him.
So true. They don't understand the things he says on Twitter. He's frankly one of the most. It's kind of like a out of the mouths of babes thing. There's such a simplicity to him where it's like some people are like, some people's shallowness is naive and some people's shallowness is profound. Like, maybe he is shallow, but like in some cases you just like, yeah, you just take things as they are in their face. We don't need to play all these games and all this sort of stuff. Just you take things directly as they are in their face. Thank you, 7%er. I love that. I love that we have a Doyleist grandma who can send nigga Heil Hitler tips. Only on the astrolabe, folks. Buster says security was inadequate. Like, a dozen fully kitted guys with machine guns were on site within minutes. Right, like, look at I played that video. Look at all the guys that are all out immediately. There's agents just swarming the place. Some guys are fully kitted out. You've got the accountant dude with the backpack MP7. He busts out. Like, the place was swarming with armed federal agents immediately. So, I don't really buy this whole, like, the security wasn't good. Like, by definition, the way the situation wound up, the security obviously was good. Yeah, if you fly in a bunch of helicopters and guys are rappelling down and we're going to do what's the movie? The one with
Welcome to the
Gerard
Gulag.
Butler.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Bobby Ballbags, for the 5 gifted subs. What's that movie? White House Down. Yes, thank you. White House Down. Very, very entertaining flick. It's like, you've got like Gerard Butler always plays the same character. Jason Statham always plays the same character. Every single movie is the same, and I will watch every single one of them. Yeah, if they pulled a White House Down, then yeah, maybe things would have been worse. But like, all right, whatever. Anyways, let's get back to the clip here.
Say he was pretty incompetent too. I could take any event having to do with security or anything else, I can always find fault. Those guys did a good job last night.
That's right there. Any event. I can take any event and I can go poke holes and find fault in it. Think about having a man like this as your chief executive. Like being able to just intuit this nuance. Yeah, you can find fault with anything. But the man is absolutely going to stick up for his guys.
So I'd say he was pretty incompetent too. You know, I could take any event having to do with security or anything else. I can always find fault. Those guys did a good job last night. They did a really good job.
I mention that because, again, as his motive, you brought this up, he had social media accounts that had anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric.
You should read. Why don't you read all the anti-Trump? Why don't you read it? You just did, so why don't you read it?
Well, he had a lot of anti-Christian rhetoric. He was part of
Running
a group
a
called
script.
the Wide Awakes. He had attended a No Kings protest in California.
No Kings, yeah.
What did security tell you about what
See,
may have been his motives?
The reason you have people like that is you have people doing no kings. I'm not a king. What I am, if I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you.
The look on her face. You could tell that one hit home. And he's going right into like, yes, this whole like, you've got No Kings, you got the SPLC, you've got Act Blue, you've got that whole like, yeah, that's where it's coming from. That's where it's coming from. This clip here has been going around a lot the last couple of days. It passed off as a new one. It's not. This is from 2020. But Johnny Maga here says Trump was once scouted by the Philadelphia Phillies during his time playing first base at the New York Military Academy. Most people have never heard about this. Here is Donald Trump playing catch with Mariano Rivera. You may not know this, but my president is a world-class athlete. Look at his form. Catching with two hands. My president has a lot of experience playing catch. Nice natural throwing motion. Proper mechanics, proper fundamentals. He's been drilled on the fundamentals. New York Military Academy. Just every single thing the man does is just iconic. I'm sorry, I can't help just continually remaining in awe at him. The mythologies that we're going to get, 50, 100 years from now, people aren't going to believe that the man was real. You think that we've got crazy mythologies about Teddy Roosevelt? Oh, nobody is going to believe. Nobody is going to believe that he was actually a real person. And yet we get to live through it. We get to experience it. All right, we haven't had a Susan Kokenda experience here on the Lab in a little bit, and she's got a good update for us on the third Trump assassination attempt at the same Hilton where Reagan was shot. I don't know how many of you guys picked up on that. That was the same Hilton where Reagan was shot. Then today, King Charles arrives in D.C., and last week, a House of Lords report admitting their empire is toast without U.S. cooperation. These are not separate stories. Take it away, MAGA Grandma.
Saturday night, Donald Trump was the target of a third assassination attempt, and it happened at the very same Washington Hilton where Ronald Reagan was shot 45 years ago. Here's what the president said.
You know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names.
I saw that Joel Webbin made a post where he was like, hey there, fellow retard right members. I really enjoyed Joel Webbin when I first started following him, and man, has he fallen off. He's like, hey there, Timu Matt Walsh, yeah. He's like, we can't say that Trump is owned by Israel, and also Israel is responsible for trying to kill him. So you guys that are like running away with them being like an IDF guy or something, maybe you need to rein it in. We don't want people thinking we're retarded or anything. And then, of course, he follows that up with headlining a conference with Vrillium. So, good luck with that, Timu Matt Walsh.
He's right, and he knows exactly what he's talking about. And the timing of what's happening this week tells you everything. Today, King Charles arrives in Washington, just as a conveniently timed book is published called The Queen and Her Presidents, The Hidden Hand That Shaped History. Well, that hidden hand is not happy with Donald Trump, as a new House of Lords report released at Chatham House last week makes very clear. So we have a thwarted assassination attempt, a royal visit, and a Chatham House forum. These are not separate events, although the media will treat them that way. But if you understand how Donald Trump and his administration are dismantling the strategic and economic levers of the British Empire, then you will understand just how connected they are and just how dangerous the current moment is. I'm Susan Kokinda. I'm no stranger to assassinations or assassination attempts. In 1968, I was with RFK Sr.'s campaign when he was shot. And I was in the press pool in 1981 at GW Hospital, waiting to find out the fate of Ronald Reagan, who had just been shot at that same Washington Hilton.
It's insane that she had close personal associations with both the RFK assassination and the attempted assassination on Reagan. Like, that's so long ago. That is so long ago. And she is still spry and feisty as all get out. Yeah, man. Yeah, Barnard, we got to protect our MAGA grannies. God bless our MAGA grannies.
There is a hidden hand behind this. And if you want to understand what it is, hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons. So here's what I'm going to cover today. First, the importance of President Trump identifying the reason behind political assassinations. Second, how a new book spills the beans on the power and influence of the monarchy just in time for King Charles' visit. And third, the new House of Lords report, which admits that the empire is toast without a cooperating United States, which Donald Trump's America is not. So, Saturday night at the Washington Hilton, a 31-year-old man from California, Cole Thomas Allen, charged the Secret Service checkpoint carrying a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. So you have Butler, Pennsylvania, Palm Beach, Florida, and the Washington Hilton. 3 attempts in under 2 years. How Saturday's attack happened brings up serious and manifold security questions, which Barbara Boyd is diving into and will have more to say on soon. But I'm going to address the why. President Trump said it, but to really understand it, you have to go back 125 years. Because the last president who genuinely threatened the British imperial system was William McKinley. Donald Trump refers to him often because of his terrorist policies, which the president has revived. And McKinley made the United States the industrial wonder of the world, as Donald Trump is doing. And McKinley understood the importance of the Western Hemisphere, as Trump does. McKinley was assassinated at a Pan-American exposition. McKinley had continued the American system tradition of Abraham Lincoln, and both of those presidents represented everything the British Empire and the City of London feared. McKinley was assassinated in 1901, but he was not the only leader during that period who was assassinated. In 1894, the president of France was stabbed. In 1897, the Spanish prime minister was shot. In 1898, the Empress of Austria was stabbed. 1900, the King of Italy shot. And then, in 1901, McKinley shot. They were all killed by anarchists. Now, Great Britain was notorious for safe-housing anarchist movements and the assassins they spawned. Which Promethean Actions ebook, it's the British who murder our president's documents. The link is in the description. Now go back to Saturday's attempt. Whatever else emerges, it's clear that Cole operated in a constructed climate of hatred for the man he targeted, just as those anarchists operated over a century ago. And it's no small irony that many of the guests in attendance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner represented the very press who helped construct that climate. You see it in the newspaper and the social media headlines.
Something I just remembered was in that CNBC Squawk Box interview that I played the other day, where he talked about Kevin Warsh, and he talked about Iran, and talked about the tariffs and the Supreme Court and NCAA and all that sort of stuff. At one point, he talked about one of the, I want to say maybe it was Switzerland, or it was one of the, was it Belgium? One of the countries there, the Netherlands. He talked about them as like being the small country that they've been extremely, extremely profitable. They've made tons and tons of money off of us. And then when he put the tariffs up, they started just howling. I think he said they started squawking like you wouldn't believe. And and he was like, he basically, in his own Trumpian way, was talking about the Eurodollar system and the way that they rigged the financial system in the trade deals with the United States to specifically to profit off of the United States. He basically called it out directly there in his own Trumpian way.
Trump is an authoritarian, or he's a pedophile. Now, you also have a more diplomatic version, like members of the House of Lords who warned...
That would have made it funny. Trump is an authoritarian, or he's a pedophile.
Now, you also have a more diplomatic version, like members of the House of Lords who warn that Trump has, quote, turbocharged the disruption of the international order. But whatever the temperature scale of the rhetoric, it all comes from the same starting point. What Donald Trump is doing is threatening their system. In 125 years, no president has come this close to dismantling the imperial architecture. President Trump has thrown free trade out the window. He's threatening the power and independence of the Federal Reserve. He is closing off the strategic choke points like the Strait of Hormuz. He's replacing London's shipping insurance racket. He's sanctioning their offshore dirty money operations, and he's pulling the plug on NATO. That's what's behind President Trump's statement after the attack on Saturday.
You take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything, and it's not going to deter me.
That's a president who knows he's making history, and so do we. Promethean action will keep you on the stage of history as this battle between the American system and the British system unfolds. So if you want to be equipped with the strategy you need to be part of this fight, subscribe to our free newsletter. Because the enemy understands it too, which is why King Charles is in Washington. The empire knows what's at stake. Here's what Reuters is counting on. King Charles on U.S. mission to bolster UK's special relationship with royalist Trump. They're counting on the continuation of the soft power relationship that the monarchy has cultivated with presidents for 70 years. Like the one Susan Page, the author of the just published book, The Queen and Her Presidents, The Hidden Hand That Shaped History, describes. She says, on her first trip to the United States as a sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II so charmed President Dwight Eisenhower that she managed to mend a breach between their two countries over the 1956 Suez Crisis. Now, Suez was the last time a U.S. president seriously and openly challenged the empire. When France and Britain moved to seize the canal in 1956, Eisenhower told them to stop, and he threatened to crash the British pound. They stopped. And it was the moment Britain discovered it no longer had independent power, and it had to rely on manipulating the United States instead. From then on, it relied on soft power to direct the United States. And Page's new book makes clear that it was Queen Elizabeth herself who wielded that power. Here's Page's description in a recent interview.
So almost every day she would get briefing papers. Every week she would get top secret intelligence documents. And so over the period of decades, she was as informed about intelligence issues around the world as any other person, over a longer period of time than any leader, and even over issues, say, contingency plans for a nuclear war.
This is not a figurehead. Queen Elizabeth got top secret intelligence briefings every day for 70 years. She was in on the nuclear war contingency plans, and you can bet she had the full take on the Five Eyes intelligence operation. And she used it. Page describes how the personal relationship between Elizabeth and Ronald Reagan contributed to Reagan's decision to support Great Britain in the Malvinas Islands crisis with Argentina, despite opposition from some of his advisors. Elizabeth was heeding Winston Churchill's advice, quote, stay close to the Americans, unquote. And it worked until Donald Trump came to town. And again, in that PBS interview, Page spills the beans.
You report that a senior British official described the Queen wearing the Obama brooch on the day of President Trump's arrival as a silent act of resistance. That is a striking claim for a monarch who was really studied in neutrality.
A rare example of that. But this was a brooch that Michelle Obama had given her. She had worn it only once, and that was for the reciprocal dinner with the Obamas. For 7 years, she had not been seen in public. Then on the day that President Trump arrives in England...
I cannot believe that we lived in that world.
What is that?
Only once, and that was...
Gross. Ew.
For the reciprocal dinner with the Obamas. For 7 years, she had not been seen in public. Then on the day that President Trump arrives in England, she is in a formal meeting with some religious leaders, and she's wearing it. And I think those close to her told me there was no other way to interpret that, but to interpret it as a statement of resistance to Trump and a statement of support for President Obama, with whom she was actually quite close.
The next day, during that visit to London, President Trump broke royal etiquette and walked ahead of the Queen. This is the backstory that you have to remember while you watch the pomp and circumstance over the next several days. Because soft power and ceremony is not going to undo the hard power which Donald Trump has taken to the British-created post-war liberal order.
My president is an expert in hard power. He's an expert in taking hard power to the libs. The libs are the recipients of my president's hard power.
And the House of Lords just admitted it. Last week, Chatham House premiered a new report published by the British House of Lords International Relations and Defence Committee entitled Adjusting to New Realities, Rebalancing the UK-US Partnership. Now, that committee is chaired by Lord Robertson, who was the former NATO General Secretary, and it includes Lord Kim Durock, whose relationship to Donald Trump tells you everything. Then Sir Kim Durock was Britain's ambassador to Washington in Trump's first term until 2019, when his cables calling the Trump administration inept and insecure were leaked.
Can't trust a nigga named Kim, that's for sure.
Those cables also boasted of the networks he cultivated in Washington as he flooded the zone with anti-Trump policies. Trump demanded his removal, and he resigned. 4 months later, the British establishment made him a lord. Now he's on the committee figuring out how to manage relations with the Trump-led United States. And at the Chatham House panel releasing the House of Lords report, Durock made clear what was at stake. First, he described how Britain depends on the post-war order.
There is, as Lord Robertson said in his introduction, a US retreat from what is commonly called the rules-based international order, which broadly defined is the system of institutions and rules set up after the Second World War to manage relations between states, to promote prosperity,
You're gay!
To prevent conflict. And as a medium-sized power with an open economy and a history of supporting free trade, we in the UK have found that system has suited us well. But it looks to us that increasingly Americans are taking a different view.
So true!
Suited us quite well. That's an understatement. And in the House of Lords report itself, Lord MacDonald made clear that that system, which suits the British quite well, doesn't work without the United States. He said, there is no credible law without effective enforcement. And on the international stage, there is no effective enforcement without the United States. Then, back to Lord Durock, he delivered the indictment that it is Donald Trump's United States which has abandoned this post-war architecture.
There's also, one could argue, and Lord Robertson again mentioned this in his introduction, a quite clear disdain for disregard for international law, as demonstrated recently by the military actions in Venezuela and Iran. And in some ways, American foreign policy seems to be moving back to an older tradition that is more nationalist.
That older, more nationalistic tradition was last fully exercised when William McKinley was president. The fear that this is going to become
Watch her eyes when she says that.
When William McKinley was president.
Her eyes got hard.
Tradition that is more nationalist.
That older, more nationalistic tradition was last fully exercised when William McKinley was president. The fear that this is going to become permanent runs through every page of the report. If Trump has 2 more years to consolidate, the change may be irreversible. They are racing the clock, and they know it. So while you're watching the pomp and circumstance this week, remember this. The monarchy was never a figurehead. It was a fully intelligence-briefed operation tasked with protecting the post-war order. The hidden hand isn't really hidden anymore. Donald Trump is dismantling that order, and no amount of soft power or ceremony is going to change that. And as the president said after the assassination attempt, it's the ones who are most impactful and who change history that they go after. Promethean Action understands that, and we understand that Donald Trump can't do it alone. The more people who are on the stage of history with the president, the sooner we win this fight. You can join Promethean Action as a supporting member or a contributor and become part of that. So this has been your Monday Brief. Thanks for watching.
Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at PrometheanAction.com.
God bless our MAGA grannies. Now, relative to Americans with a high school education, Americans with graduate degrees are twice as likely to support political violence. More education equals higher support for political violence. It couldn't be otherwise. Here is the results in graph form. This is from a 2025 American Political Perspective survey. 3,000 people, N equals 3,000. That's a pretty substantial survey. So the red bar on the left, that is high school diploma or less. The yellow bar is some college or a like an associate's degree. So the lowest of all of them is actually the some college. So it's like the people who get a taste for it and then leave. Then you've got the bachelor's degree is a little bit higher, and then graduate or professional is far and above higher than the others. The two questions are, if you are protesting something unjust, it is reasonable to damage property. And then violence is often necessary to create social change. Now you'll note that all of the demographics here, they all were more likely to agree with the second one than the first one. But in both cases, the graduate degree or professional degree is overwhelmingly like twice the high school diploma or less. And there's a really obvious conclusion for this, and that is that the American university system is intended to condition you with these sorts of beliefs. I suppose it would be either that, or it would be that it's literally just a, like it's a brain breaking exercise that just leaves people completely diverted from any sort of moral foundation. And it's really between those two. Like at a base level, it's about deprogramming you from having any sort of like moral intuition, and then beyond that, it's about reprogramming you with a specific new set of moral intuitions. Enchanted Hero says universities are made to create white jihadis. There you go. In a sentence. So true. Ryan Isaac says, we were reading socialist literature in ed classes at the Crimson College in Eastern Washington by a grad student. Yeah, I'm sure. I remember, like, my college I went to was a Christian college, Christian nominally at least, and it was I was in business. I was taking accounting classes, so I didn't get a lot of that, and I was sort of at the tail end of where the stuff hadn't completely permeated everything yet. And then being in kind of a Christian college that had a decent number of conservative people, it was in Eastern Washington. It wasn't completely deranged, but it was well on its way. And I cannot even imagine what it's like now. So I got a couple examples here of posts that have been made that are just people just straight up lying. The first one here, shout out to a patriot I've spotted here, isolationist. That looks like a real good patriot that maybe everyone should follow. ICE, like Immigrations and Custom Enforcement. Isolationist. You should go follow that guy, I think. He says you can just invent quotes from clips wholesale and get a bunch of lemmings who didn't watch the clip to nod along. So here's Shannon Watts. This is the moms demand justice on gun violence chick. Here's what she says. Actually, I'm going to play what Todd Blanche said, and then I'm going to play and then I'm going to read how she captioned it.
One officer fired their weapon 5 times. Was that the only officer who discharged a firearm?
I want to be very careful in answering that question because when you do ballistics evidentiary collection and research, it is very complicated. So when you fire a bullet, the bullet ends up somewhere. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. And so from that, with that qualifier, we believe right now that there was 5 shots fired from the same firearm.
One officer fired their weapon.
Okay, so kind of a innocuous clip here, 30 seconds. He's like, this like ballistic stuff is kind of wonky, and you got to be, especially early on, you got to be kind of careful drawing really hard conclusions and these sorts of things. This is what Shannon Watts says. Blanche says evidence recovery is, quote, not an exact science, end quote, and that when weapons are fired inside a hotel, inserted for some reason, quote, sometimes you find the bullet and sometimes it just disappears. Like, that's just That's not even a paraphrase. She puts quotes. I think maybe he said not an exact science. He might have said that exact phrase. She puts quotes around things he did not say, and then just like inserts in brackets for some reason inside a hotel. Now, you might say, well, yeah, she's a lib. She's a resist lib. She's a blue and on type, whatever. Shannon Watts, of course. Here is a favorite account of many of our base right-wing posters. Disclose.tv, a German account, by the way, commonly known as what is it? What is it, Slutty Milk? It's something .hrt, but I don't remember what it is. Yeah, dicknose.hrt. There you go, dicknose.hrt. This is what these accounts do. There are so many stories. We're almost to. We got this and two more quick tabs, and then we're going to start in on this debate between Andrew Wilson and Owen Shroyer about has Trump's presidency been successful? There are so many narratives that have picked up steam and taken off. Train has left the station that have started because of accounts like this one, or Leading Report, or there's a bunch of different ones. The Breaking Slop accounts. AF Post is another really bad one for this. So this is the caption. New. Greg Bavino, former U.S. Border Patrol chief, says mass deportations have slowed down due to aspects within the Trump admin lacking the fortitude and willpower, thus getting cold feet, likely due to unpopular polling and politics. That's what the impartial, just news aggregator account, that's the way that it characterizes this clip. So then lots of people share this clip because it confirms their priors, those priors themselves having been generated by previous clips like this. They don't actually listen to what he says and just share this. And then them and all their followers believe that this is true. It becomes factual. And if you question it, you're insane. And this is like an overwhelming portion of what the debate is between Andrew and Owen is based on stuff like this. So here's what he actually said.
You know, we've all got the team that we have. When I joined El Centro sector as the chief, I had my team.
Right.
And I had to rely on my team. No doubt. You can't do it yourself. Your camera crews and your team here, you have to rely on your team. Same with the Border Patrol, same with the president. He has a team to rely on. Can't do it all himself. And, you know, I think that some of the team may not have the fortitude that President Trump does. Trump's the best deporter that I've ever worked for.
Right.
What's that? What'd you say?
Trump's the best deporter that I've ever worked for.
Right.
Trump's the best deporter that I've ever worked for. Trump's the best deporter that I've ever worked for.
Huh, right. Weird.
You know, some said that
seems like that would be a great, you know, like if I was going to share this clip, I might just say, Greg Bavino says, Trump's the best deporter I've ever worked for. Like that, you'd probably get some good impressions with that.
Hussein Obama deported more people.
Hussein
Remember,
Obama.
That's a misnomer because he counted Border Patrol apprehension numbers right at the border and said, oh, see, we caught several million that year. So let's don't give him too much credit for that. But
wait a second. So Greg Bavino, the guy who's now the Breaking Slop accounts are parading him around as the, another guy who's left the administration is talking about how Trump's fucking everything up. He is directly refuting this. I cannot, like at this point, anybody who's still trafficking in this Obama deported more thing, they're retarded or bad faith. Those are the only options. You've had more than enough time to realize that this is not the case. The only people who are still trafficking in that are fully tuned out retards. Looking at you, Owen Shroyer. So he's directly countering that. Now, this has been a persistent meme for months and months now. So that'd be another great thing you could caption this video with. Is that Greg Bavino is the one saying, no, Obama fudged his deportation numbers. They were fake deportation numbers. They would just encounter people at the border and not let them in and say, we deported them. Whereas Trump is actually sending people into the homeland and going and finding people, arresting them, and throwing them out.
Trump's the best I ever worked for. We started off the very best. I mean, look, we went to Los Angeles and absolutely hammered it in Los Angeles. Absolutely hammered it. Same thing with Chicago. Then Charlotte. Let me tell you what, Charlotte was off the hook, folks.
Really?
Our highest one-day apprehension rate was Charlotte, North Carolina. That place was off the hook. And
wow,
I felt that we had
all these guys that told me that deportations were the most important political subject for them. Like none of the other stuff mattered. Top of the list was deportations. And here we have Greg Bavino talking about how in Los Angeles and Charlotte and Chicago and all these different places, they were just pedal to the metal, just deporting people like crazy. None of them were telling me that at that time. That whole time they were saying nothing's happening. He's not doing anything. What's the meme they do? Fell for it again award. And here's Greg Bavino saying, yeah, no, that whole time we were going ham.
The apprehension rate was Charlotte, North Carolina. That place was off the hook. And, I felt that we had President Trump. Notice I didn't say any of his other team there. President Trump was behind us. I heard from Secretary.
Oh, okay. So there were people who were in there, not Trump. Like it's supposedly it's been like Trump's the one who just wants amnesty and he keeps telling him to stop and slow down and that's one persistent narrative. No, he's saying Trump's fully behind us. There were people in and around him who maybe weren't.
Mr. Lewandowski, hey, President likes what you're doing.
Nice.
Doing a good job. So that let me know. But, everybody's got their team they're working for. And, I think that sometimes cold feet, whether that's polling numbers or whatever, can come into play. And that's too bad because, again, this is for America. I don't give a damn about the polling numbers.
Yeah.
Let me say that again
this is what we voted for. We voted for mass deportation.
Exactly. I don't go into cities to arrest illegal aliens based on polling numbers. I do that as a Border Patrol chief. And those Border Patrol agents, those are some of the greatest patriots I've ever worked alongside. I should never have been able to do that, especially at my age. I'm old. I'm a dinosaur. They even called me oil in the ground. I wasn't even a fossil. They say, sir, you're oil in the ground. But you know what? When you're standing shoulder to shoulder with those folks that did that, again, some of them were there for a year and were up against that for an entire year. They were fully committed. There was no backing down whatsoever from those Border Patrol agents. That motivated me.
Nice.
And you know what? I think that motivated President Trump to some extent. I know it motivated Kristi Noem and some of the others. So, his crew there, maybe they need to get out in the fight with us and experience just what that's like. And maybe that would motivate them also.
Yeah.
So reading between the lines, obviously there are factions within the administration who don't want to go as hard. But see, this is where the same crew of retard right will be like, see, they're stopping it, they're dialing it to canceled mass deportations, not doing it anymore. These are the same fucking people who told me for a year and a half that Kristi Noem was a problem. That Kristi Noem was the one who was obstructing everything out with like her photo shoots and stuff, and we need to get someone serious in there. And then they'll turn around and they'll cite Greg Bavino, who was talking about how Kristi Noem had his back the whole time. But these fucking retards spent a year and a half demanding that Kristi Noem be fired. And Kristi Noem goes, oh, now we get to, we're victorious. We were proven right. We're proven right. There are traitorous people there who are obstructing the president's agenda. Trump is a failure. Do you hear yourselves? You've been wrong for a year and a half. On everything. Constantly wrong. And now you're going to take a victory lap when it's proven that you were wrong because now you think that you're right and we take a victory lap because there's a setback? Traitorous scum. Every fucking one of these people, take their accounts away. I don't want to hear from them anymore. Forcibly conscript them into ICE. Make them go deport people themselves. Make them earn their Twitter accounts back. I hate these people. Here's another great example. Here's the retard right, just lying about shit for whatever reason. In this case, probably because he's a former CIA agent with openly known direct ties to the cartels and drug trafficking, that whole world. Sean Ryan. I've listened to so much Sean Ryan and enjoyed him so much, and God, just like Tucker Carlson, the petrodollar is the foundation of American power. Since the 1970s, oil has only been sold in dollars, forcing every nation on earth to hold dollars, fund our debt, and keep us dominant. Iran just systematically dismantled that. They closed Hormuz, cutting 25% of global oil supply, spiked oil to $118 a barrel, then forced ships to pay in Chinese yuan for passage. Now Gulf states are dumping U.S. treasuries, bond markets are selling off, inflation is surging, Deutsche Bank is warning of a petro-yuan era. Every link in the petrodollar chain is snapping at once. When it's gone, your borrowing costs explode, your savings erode, and America loses the financial weapon that has kept us dominant for 50 years. China wins without ever pulling a trigger. Oh, so we can't talk at all about when Trump is doing anything here, it's all for Israel. We're not even going to consider what Trump might be doing with respect to China. But on the flip side, at the same time, all the stuff that's happening is all just favoring China. So we can talk about China when we're gonna pump the Chinese party line. But then when we talk about Trump, all we're gonna do is just talk about Israel. Okay. Well, see, here's the problem. You can tell this dude has a Telegram channel and he reads dicknose.hrt headlines all day and just skims them. Doesn't know shit from fuck. Doesn't have any idea what he's talking about anything. He's just stringing together breaking slop headlines and telling you that you need to be very angry. Fortunately, Apple Lamps, took a blowtorch to him. Sean, every number in this post is wrong. Disgraceful to spread this propaganda to millions of people. $118 oil. Brent closed at 101.73 on April 22. WTI is 92. The number doesn't exist. Does Sean Ryan even know what Brent versus WTI is? Highly, highly doubt it. 25% of global oil supply. Hormuz carries 20 to 25% of seaborne oil trade. That is not global supply. Actual demand destruction from the closure is 4 to 5 million barrels per day, roughly 5% of global output. You're off by 5x. Forced ships to pay in Chinese yuan. 2 vessels have paid in yuan. 2 out of 26 vetted IRGC transits since March 13th. The toll accepts yuan, Bitcoin, and USDT. Gee, I wonder what Tether holds on their balance sheet. When you use Tether, if Iran is selling oil for Tether, what does that mean? Mr. Smart Podcast Guy, what are the implications of Iran being backdoored into the US-led new monetary order? Huh? Got any clever thoughts for me? It's a toll booth, not a currency regime. Gulf states dumping US treasuries. Show the tick data. You can't because it doesn't exist. State Street's April note says no evidence in flow data or price action of any dumping or shift in foreign ownership. Bond market selling off. The 10-year moved from 4.17% at year-end to 4.26%. 9 basis points. That's a Tuesday. Inflation surging. Headline CPI 3.3%, driven by a gas spike. Core CPI printed 2.6% below expectations. Gasoline moved. The broader index stayed contained. The gasoline moved because of speculators, which is a point that we will revisit again with Andrew Wilson and Owen Shroyer. Deutsche Bank warned of a petro-yuan era. One strategist. The operative word she used was could. Franklin Templeton and Brown Brothers Harriman torched it within weeks. The yuan is 3% of global central bank reserves. China's capital account is closed. It's going nowhere near 50%. Oil has only been sold in dollars since the 1970s. This is the Kissinger secret treaty fable. No exclusivity agreement ever existed. Saudi Arabia accepted British pounds well into 1974. Oil trades in dollars because the euro-dollar market made dollars the deepest liquidity pool on earth by 1955, not because of a secret decree. This is the exact narrative template Russian and Chinese info ops have been seeding for 10 years because it keeps Americans convinced the dollar is one headline away from collapse. It isn't. You're reaching Ro Khanna levels of retardation. This is just catastrophic levels of irresponsibility from guys with audiences like this. I've said before that the greatest thing about the internet is it'll give anyone a voice, and the worst thing about the internet is that it'll give anyone a voice. Sean, it's great when you ask questions of people and let them talk. You should keep your thoughts to yourself. Clearly, you're not interested in, informing yourself rigorously on something before you just shit something out on the timeline. So why don't you just keep your thoughts to yourself? Speaking of people who need to keep their thoughts to themselves, Marjorie Taylor Greene, date, April 21, 2023, a mere 3 years ago. The FBI has not released the Nashville school shooters manifesto. Reportedly, it would be too damaging to the trans agenda. Release the manifesto. America deserves to know the truth. Marjorie Trader Brown, April 26, 2026. Why does every shooter have a manifesto? Most shooters' manifestos remain classified so they don't inspire more would-be shooters. Why did they release Cole Allen's manifesto almost immediately? Take her phone away! Send her out on the front lines to work. Take her phone away. This is the retard right. These people are retarded. That's why we call them the retard right. All right, now, with all of that, let's talk about this debate. Andrew Wilson versus Owen Shroyer. This was yesterday, streamed yesterday. Has the Trump presidency been successful? Now, before I get to that, I need to go drain the main vein. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of leftist ass eating, and then away we go.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
EWBSX, the cyber bully.
Brutality.
All right. Sorry about that. I was coming back into the cockpit here, the situation monitoring spot, and I bonked into the lights back here and knocked everything all over the place. And I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta get things put back together again." So I had to give you guys a little EWBSX. All right, so here is the debate: Andrew Wilson versus Owen Shroyer. And like I said at the top of the show, I think Andrew is an absolute patriot and a Chad for taking this on and arguing this. There's a few points in here where I'll mention some things that he could have included that might have helped his case, and I think he probably just purely didn't know about them, which is something like I recognize that if you've been listening to the Astrolabe, or if you're me who sits here and just follows all this stuff relentlessly all the time, I can understand if you're not in that category, you may just genuinely not be aware of these things. But I'm telling you, if you're listening to this for the first time, if you haven't been following on virtually every single one of these issues that you might bring up as a sore point or a cause for concern or whatever, You're not breaking new ground. You're basically kind of like the normie who sort of has an awareness of these other things, but you haven't been deep in the trenches. And so it may be hard for you to my trusting is extraordinarily well-informed trusting. Yes, Andrew is Orthodox. My trusting is extraordinarily well-informed trusting. If you're not going to be extraordinarily well-informed, your default position must be trusting. If you want to be a panican, at least be an extraordinarily well-informed one. At least that's fine. I can understand. You know what? Agree to disagree. Fine, go do your thing. But I think if you are extraordinarily well-informed, you have no choice but to fall on the truster side. And if you are not well-informed at all, if you just are like, I know what, I'm not going to follow every single thing. I've seen enough. Mr. Trump, take the wheel, and I'm going to go about my day-to-day life, and I'm going to simply trust. Because I am an adherent to the precepts of retard maxing, and stressing out, and pruning out, and injecting HRT every single time I see a breaking slop headline that tweaks me is not productive for anyone. Myself, my family, my friends, anybody else around me. And I definitely don't need to be going off and playing this like how many impressions can I get game by producing content designed to unsettle, demoralize, and drive people into despair. So Andrew, my hat is off. My hat is off for going and taking this on. I would not have the patience to do something like this. I'm sitting here throughout the whole time listening to it last night. Like I wouldn't be able to keep my composure with some of these things. You'll see me chimping out over here, but Andrew dominates it. Let's go.
So, first and foremost, let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all. I'm also very anti-Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill, you can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch, and you and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are ontologically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually I would clear this up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president. As just that alone saved the nation from years of torment and suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen.
Okay, that's all. We don't need any more. That's debate resolved. You don't need to go any further than that. Well Below Average says, guys I thought were on our side, AA and his elite theory or Machiavellian ilk have characterized trusting as the position of morons and chuds. And you know why that is? The reason for that is because deep down, they're actually motivated by their distinct contempt for the low class, for the trashy whites, for the normies, for the grill pillars. They have contempt for them. The chud meme, they don't see that as like an affectionate meme that we should take on because we shouldn't have fun. We need to be dour sourpusses all the time because we're elitists. I read about elite theory and I imagine, oh yeah, I'm one of the elites. Meanwhile, none of these elite theory aficionados would last a fucking half an hour were they to actually enter the political system and try to do anything politically. They're great, quite wordy and verbose from the peanut gallery. But they would actually be they would be terrible at practicing politics. They're terrible at the game of power. They think that being able to acquire an audience makes them gifted in the game of power. No, they're just gifted in the game of rhetoric. Rhetoric can translate to power, but not if you're retarded and constantly squander it all the time. So they actually have contempt for the chuds. They hate the chuds. They don't identify with the chuds. They think the chuds are the problem. And if only everybody would stop all that chud-like behavior and just give power to us and let us reign over them, we would be their proper priesthood. But refer back to the fact that these guys don't actually know how to play the game of power. They're like the guys who I know these guys. I know these guys who have never played the sport. They've watched the sport. They've grown up. They spend all their time doing podcasts about the sport and making spreadsheets about the sport, but they've never actually played the sport. Those who, what is it? Those who can't do teach. It's like the inverse of that. Maybe it is that. It's that exactly. Those who can't do teach. Well, these guys teach about power because they can't actually do power.
That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, Office of Faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive.
Okay, so there's a couple things there. First of all, the point about the women, about like just in terms of the art of debate, framing it up with something like that like automatically you have just banked, even if it's subconsciously, you've just banked a bunch of support from the audience, because there's like the subject matter you're debating about, and then there's the sport of the debate itself. So by framing it up, I never would have even thought about that. To lead off with the number one reason why Trump is a success is because he has twice now saved us from the specter of having a woman president. That's one of those great, like, yep, case closed. All right, you've already banked yourself a bunch of support in that. I would not have thought of that. I also would not have thought of taking a position like the Office of Faith and this like loony woman who's dispensationalist lunatic woman that's over there. Like my instinct would be, I'm just not going to talk about that. Like, yeah, there's downsides. Yeah, of course there is. Whatever. I'm not gonna expect absolute perfection on everything. But he's like, no. I'm glad that it exists. I'm glad that they established it. Yeah, they sucked at it. It's been populated poorly, but hey, 0 to 1. We've actually got it existing now. See, in some ways, Andrew's an even bigger truster than I am.
Executive order stopping transsurgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters. And this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump.
I just got to say, like, the juxtaposition here, having Owen showing up dressed like that and conducting himself the way he did, and Andrew showing up dressed like that and conducting himself the way he did is just, it is striking. You've got like Andrew at his heart is a blue collar guy. He is a chud. He is a blue collar man. He likes having oil on his hands and getting down in the dirt. But he's like, I'll just learn your sport and beat your ass at it too.
Trump, it was negative under Biden. The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ, transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Shroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess that Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring
he makes this point multiple times, and I think it's a really valuable one to dwell on. That this notion that oh well, when the Republicans let us down, then we just run back to the Democrats and wait for the Democrats to make things worse, so that like then maybe we get something better. there's this latent idea that's like, oh, we need to punish the Republicans, or, they betrayed us and so we can't support them, and how dare you trust in a politician, and like this, all this sort of gay stuff, which this is why I say, like, fundamentally, this is like libertarian thinking. This is like engaging in libertarian praxis while convincing yourself you're not a libertarian because you happen to have taken the libertarian superstructure and like put a different cladding over it than the one that was there before. But the differences are only cosmetic. Like when rubber meets the road, you act like libertarians. So instead of like persisting through and just trying to string administrations together and start building up some momentum, no, at the first sign of opposition, we panic and freak out and run to our corners and declare ourselves betrayed, sit up here on our moral high horse and preach to the rest of the world about how if only they had just trusted us, life would be so much better. We have all the answers. We're the smartest ones. We can't amass political power for ourselves, but believe us, if we ever had political power, we would sure know how to use it. Thinking that, okay, well, we just let everything get worse, and then next time people are like, okay, we're ready to ping pong back again, then we'll be the ones who are there. But they won't, because they're not actually building political power. They're just commentating on it.
Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is fucking awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative to Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
And tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Shroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period.
So true.
And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always waiting to strike, and going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
This is another great point. Very, very, very simple, obvious observation. When you aren't clouded by like thinking that this needs to be an exercise of just taking moral positions and proclaiming them to the world, when you realize this is actually a game of power, there is no null state. There's no sort of like neutral third party fallback position. There is either our friends gain power or our enemies gain power. Our friends gain power over our enemies, or our enemies gain power over our friends. That's the only direction that it goes. Particularly when you're talking like the office of the president, where you're going to have an election every 4 years, and it's going to fall down between one of two basically predetermined candidates. You got to work with whatever you've got. Making things worse does not make things better. Making things worse just makes things worse. Shocking observation, I know. Making things worse makes things worse. It just ensures that the next time things could start getting better, they're getting better from a worse place. So in this particular situation, it's entirely valid to make the case that the alternative is worse, so Trump is a success. Yes, the alternative is worse, so Trump is a success. His job is to be better than the alternative. If he's better than the alternative, you want more. Give me more better than the alternative. Give me more better than the alternative. Give me more better. Ooh, that's a trap. They're suckering. Deal with it. That is the game. Now, it just so happens that Trump is so much more than just better than the alternative. But the calculus is that simple. Give me the thing that's better than the alternative. Has he been better than the alternative? Yes, he's been a success. Has he given us 100% pure utopia? Of course not. That should never be the standard. He fell short of my expectations. Okay. So, have everything become much worse? Where's this? What is this logic? Oh, we're going to hold the Republicans responsible. Oh, we'll teach them when we withhold our votes for them because they've been sandbagging and trying to let Democrats take power again. We're going to really teach them a lesson when we help them let Democrats take power again. We're very smart. We're wearing our thinking caps. We've even got the pen.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise.
No, that actually, that's a very valuable observation. That's what I'm saying. Has Trump been successful? Well, this is, by definition, this is undefined. Has Trump been successful? We're going to use a subjective metric. How about Trump has been better than any alternative? Not, has Trump been as good as this thing I made up in my head? This is a foundational component of the entire premise. But when for the people who relate to politics like this is like a debate class where we take ethical positions and then preen about how we're standing against the flood. We're actually the enlightened ones, and the mere the culties over there, the people who don't have any character. This is the way that these people engage with politics. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that must go really hard if you're retarded.
Of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And
the fact that I challenged someone to a debate and they took me up on it is proof of my position being correct.
while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was
okay, this is the point where I was like, this fucking slimy cocksucker. Oh, yeah, Trump's been really good on the border and on, people not being killed and stuff. Yeah, he's been really good at, making sure violent crime goes down and all the foreign invaders get removed from the country. But now we're going to move the goalposts. Well, that's just the bare minimum. That's just the bare minimum. We shouldn't have to beg for that. We shouldn't have to, have someone run on that platform promising that. Having an RNC where everyone held mass deportations banners. We shouldn't have to beg for that. So you actually, no, you don't get that. This is the behavior of a snake.
Supposed to be addressing the corruption head on.
And remember, this dude was in fucking solitary, and Trump pardoned him.
In that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take...
My debt! My national debt! Oh, the dollar's going to lose the reserve currency. It's fucking libertarianism, man. This is just libertarianism with an anti-Semitic veneer over it. That's all it is. Oh yeah, he shut the border down, and we've got net negative migration into the country for the first time in half a century, and murder rates have plummeted, have absolutely fallen through the floor. But that's not the important stuff. The important stuff is the debt or something.
Take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under President Trump, and it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can...
I'm going to let some of this stuff go because Andrew just bites right onto everything and tears it apart. So I'm going to let some of this go.
Claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that or not. So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure this will come back up.
The fucking snake, man. So the mere fact that he says, now you could get into the details, he knows he's talking bullshit. I just played you guys the clip of Greg Bavino talking about how this is bullshit. He knows it's bullshit, but he's going to say it anyway.
But yet that fact remains. What about the deep state? President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that. But
now we're going to get quite a bit on the Epstein files, so I'm not going to say a lot right now. I commented in the King Pill Discord last night when I was losing my mind over this. I commented that it blows my mind how many of these people who perseverate on these things so much know so little about them. They literally just recite headlines. They don't know. They haven't actually bothered understanding the facts on the ground about any of it. They just recycle headlines.
Either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory, he was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way.
Watch Andrew's face. You guys, if you weren't watching, you got to see this. Watch his face when he says that.
Which I think we'll all agree was a major victory. He was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith...
Literally me.
is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean Bowler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know, wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation.
Shameless
Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me. This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters. It has nothing to do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
See, on one hand, we need to take ourselves super, super seriously. We're like really important and we're like the ones speaking truth to power, but also like, oh, we're just podcasters. We don't influence anything. It's all up to Trump. They're like literally acknowledging, yeah, I'm just some guy in the peanut gallery. I don't have any vested interest in all of this. It's just like I'm just helplessly dragged along here. It's totally up to like Trump and the GOP. And if Trump doesn't just single-handedly do it all himself, then he's a fucking failure and a traitor and probably likes to fuck kids and stuff. And yes, this was a guy who was literally pardoned in solitary confinement. Of all the people in the world, This should be the one man who owes Donald Trump his undying allegiance. You'd think he would have the time of day to fact check any of the shit that he says. We need great leaders, but we're not capable of just the most meager, tiny amount of loyalty.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So
this is where I was waiting to hear where Andrew was going to go with this, and not at all where I would have gone. Like, as soon as he started saying this, I was like, oh man, like just from the art of the debate, this man is a professional. This is a top, like, S-tier debater. The art of the debate. He's very upset about this thing, and actually he's right. He's right. This is Trump's fault. Just leaning into it, biting the bullet, as they say. And then doing this little judo move, which, like, it's not even just a rhetorical thing. It's true. Yeah, like firing a bunch of federal employees and mass deporting a bunch of people and driving a bunch of people out of the country. That's gonna have a negative economic effects on the overall. There's gonna be a lag time, which is like one of the points here. He hammers on this, but like the more accelerated you want the deportations, the more short-term economic pain you're gonna have to be willing to eat. Because it's just a simple matter that, these structures sort of expand out and build around the available people around there, just in like an objective sense. They're just built upon all these different people to some varying degree. If you just yoink a whole bunch of people out of there all of a sudden, it's going to take some time for all of these structures to realign themselves and reorder themselves. And that it's not like all the yoinking happened immediately when Trump was here. So we're like, oh, well, it's been a year and a half and nothing's changed. No, like the yoinking is occurring. So it's going to take time to overcome that. You can't say, I want mass deportations, but I'm also not willing to suffer any short-term economic pain. This is political retard speak. This is I just want to order my politics on DoorDash. And also, I'm like a really serious person who you should listen to and like take me seriously and like take my advice. No, you got to pick one.
what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side, by progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case that if American companies have to start paying fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Shroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks. So that's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the
The thing that Owen said was, well, oh, so it's not 47 years? Like, this is like his sassy little dig in on Trump, because Trump said, like, Iran, the regime has been there for 47 years. You got to pick one, dude. If you want to say, oh, this has actually been one that's just been going on and on and on. Oh, so then Trump didn't start a new war. When Trump says it's been going for 47 years, this isn't a war that he started. This is a war that he's ending. Or you can say it's been going for about 7 weeks, and Trump did start it. It's one or the other. You don't get to do both.
Exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that. Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and forth. Now, I'm not a big supporter of foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one.
And not just Democrats, it's Republicans as well. Traitors within his own party. And they sort of get to that eventually and kind of touch on it for a minute. But that's a really important observation. That Trump is clearly, like, in name, he is the head of the Republican Party, but clearly probably a majority of the, like, officials, like elected officials and leadership and stuff in the party are opposed to him. So they're doing everything they can to drag their feet and try to outlast him. Which is where it comes back to this I spent way too long this morning trying to find this tweet and I couldn't find it. But where the point is basically, if you want Trump to do these big, massive, decades and taking place in a week sort of moves, a really key component to him being able to do those things successfully and have them stick, or having like a traitorous Republican Congress work with him on these things, a huge component to that is him having overwhelming vocal support. Not a bunch of fucking yappy chihuahuas nipping at his heels all the time. No, full-throated, overwhelming support. Just as a matter of political strategy. So when you start taking away that support, when you join this little group of the chattering class that's constantly nagging and undermining, constantly nagging the emperor, you are minimizing his ability to actually do those big things that you're asking for. So then you effectively become one of those traitorous Republicans. You and the traitorous Republicans are on the same side. Which is why you somehow wind up at this position where, hey, I need to do what the sandbagging Republicans want me to do, which is stay home and not vote for Trump candidates. Strange how that works, isn't it?
With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever. Guarantee you he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that. Not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you
Andrew is a fucking patriot for just biting this bullet and leaning in as hard as he can. The dude has got balls of absolute brass.
Something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. Kaboom. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming. You want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently. So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them? Right? Owen Shroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, he says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do syndicated radio shows. He didn't do the podcast circuit. She didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. 15 seconds. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second, as we speak. Super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way. Just pointing that out.
With that, we'll kick it over to Owen for his 5-minute rebuttal as well. Floor is all yours, Owen.
All right. Well,
As far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty because we were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated, was
Listen to this little two-step that he does here.
the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016. And he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now. But we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far
That's what I'm talking about, that little two-step. Oh, we don't get any honesty at all. I mean, I know Trump does this like strategically, like this is part of the way that he actually negotiates stuff. But the fact remains that he's not telling me everything he's doing, so he's not a success. You know, and like these phrases like regime change war, these don't mean anything. These are just valueless phrases. They're empty. They're just like this. They're just like a thing that you put there, like a cork plug that you just put there to fill a gap in there. Thing I don't like. Why don't you like it? Because I was told not to like it. Regime change war. We're not. It's not even worth with someone like this. It's not even worth getting into like the way that Bush was conducting wars versus the way that Trump is conducting wars, where this is like minimally militarily engaged, but maximally effective relative to the assets that are in theater. We're not even going to talk about that because all we have to do, thank you, Dave Smith and Scott Horton, all we have to do is just say regime change war, regime change war, regime change war, regime change war, regime change war. Like regime change war means something very specific. It doesn't just mean somewhere where the military is involved and the leadership changes. Clearly there's like a massive spectrum here that becomes incredibly relevant when you're talking about cost benefit, when you're talking about economic effects, all this sort of stuff. This is just, again, more disingenuous libertarian horseshit.
As far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so,
why do we give a shit what the international community thinks? Why do I care? Why do I care what the rest of the world thinks? Since when do Americans give a shit what the international community thinks of us?
Instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia and away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration.
Yeah, the Iranians are selling oil in tether, but the U.S. is losing the war. Yeah.
I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration, but this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me.
You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones, and I'm reading through this cell phone, and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do, and that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time with that.
Now, here's something that I would have, had I been with Andrew before this, I would have given him this recent quote that kind of flew under the radar. Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, was on, I can't remember if it was Fox, he was on one of the news networks, and he said that that they have, so there's all the files that have been released, there's files that have been released that are redacted, and then there's some files that are not released because they are under court order. Because the victims don't want them released because judges have said they cannot be released. There's all this whole corpus of files. He has told the members of Congress, you have an open invitation. Come here, look at the files, we'll show them all to you fully unredacted, and you tell us which ones we need to redact and release, and we will. Now, is that true? Maybe he's lying. Where's Thomas Massey? Where's Thomas Massey saying that he's lying here? That they haven't had the opportunity to go. All these Democrat politicians have the opportunity to go review all the unredacted files and say, hey, you're hiding this one. Release it. What a massive political opportunity, but they're just not taking it for some reason.
We're going to jump into the crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So the floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing. Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps, or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation...
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because the red herring happens when
Didn't you admit it's hundreds?
When you say, hey, wait a second. Yeah, hundreds.
So it's a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
No, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the arguments on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude. They
Hold
don't.
on a second. You just admitted, you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in. They are very
that's
well
not
aware.
in every instance.
So they are very well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was an Australian case I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones. But it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. Lots of them are just suspected of this.
There was just
the same way that the United States is suspected.
Hold on.
Yeah,
There was just
go
an
ahead.
IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going to
So give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic Church.
You can find the same thing.
Show me the Catholic
perhaps.
Church. Show me the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about? To allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
I've just got to say, I love Andrew doing this whole thing with the chop hacked in there. That's how you know. That's how you know you're dealing with the chud.
Show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every
I
bishop?
just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF
Are you
security
denying
official,
that the
fled to
Catholic
Israel.
Church doesn't move around pedophiles?
No, I just said they do. I
Then
can talk
why
about
are
the
you-
Catholic Church all day long.
Then why are you
But we're
arguing
talking
the
about the
point?
Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files. That's what we're
Yes.
talking about.
So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia. And
Now Owen totally did not follow the line of reasoning that Andrew is employing here, because Andrew's doing this like from a tactical perspective in the debate. He's like, this pedophile thing, this is like a really big deal to you, right? Like you're very committed to this. This is like a major issue with Trump. So this pedophile thing is very close to your heart. Well, let's test that. Is it close to your heart on this point? Is it close to your heart on this point? Oh, no, it's not. So your issue is not actually, you don't really care about pedophiles. You're just grandstanding. This is just like a rhetorical move that you're employing, but there's no substance to it.
name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims,
Exactly.
but I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair
Are you
enough.
even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about
Hang on,
his daughter
answer the question
Ivanka,
before
we can
you
talk about
obfuscate.
it. We can talk about
Answer the
Donald
question.
Trump. Hold on a second.
Are
We
you
can
going to call that guy a pedophile?
Have
or
I
no?
called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer
on
is
this.
no.
The reason I'm getting
The answer is
clarification
no.
is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate? Why?
So Trump...
Yep, he just got precept. This is why Andrew is such a fucking sniper. Like people, the whole demeanor here, he's like got the cha in and he's got the work shirt, and I think he's wearing like cargo pants or something. It's disarming to people. People don't expect to get their brains put into an absolute blender. And that's what happens when you debate Andrew Wilson. You get your brain put into a blender.
Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time there was media scrutiny that this was a pedophilic island?
Yes,
He was supposed to know it?
100%.
He was
100%.
supposed to
Epstein
know
had
it?
already been charged. He'd already been in jail.
Are you saying this guy took his kids to the island to get them raped?
I don't know what he took his kids to the island for.
Yeah,
He denied it. He
by
denied
the way,
he denied
this again
He
is
lied.
absence of evidence means that that's evidence. That's not evidence.
No,
you
no,
guys
no. Did
never
Howard
will
Lutnick,
actually
hold on.
name
Did
it.
Howard Lutnick go to the island?
I'm not sure.
He admitted it. He's in the files.
Yeah,
He took his kids.
I'm not sure on that particular, but it's irrelevant, the particular, because even if I grant the particular, you won't actually call the guy a pedo because you don't have evidence. You never have evidence, just claims. Claim, no evidence for it. Now, I'm willing to cede a bunch of points to you. If you can show me some evidence of it, happy to do it.
So you're-
Trump
wait,
was,
hold on.
hang on,
Are you
I'm almost
contending-
done.
are you
Trump was
contending-
actually right. He claimed that the Democrats were going to use the talking point that, Trump's a pedophile, Trump's covering for pedophiles, the whole 9 yards. He says, yeah, that's a hoax. Whole thing's a damn hoax. And it is. The whole damn thing is a hoax. They've been calling this guy a pedophile. You just said he's named how many times is he named in the Epstein files? That's a Democrat talking point. But what's he named in the Epstein files for actually doing?
Nail him
What?
to the wall, Andrew.
Well, there are FBI investigations that have some pretty serious claims. They never
Not
manifested
credible.
anything.
They
That's fine.
literally
That's
say not
fine.
credible.
So we're not here to have a debate over the Epstein files. But
You brought it up as a reason
I
he's
do
a
find it
failure.
odd. No, you are the one that brought it up. But I do find it odd that you're going to pretend like Howard Lutnick didn't lie about going to the island after Epstein was
I'll
convicted
even
and took his
see
kids.
the point.
Who gives a shit? This is exactly the... Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Sure, he lied. Like, what... Howard Lutnick lied about taking his kids to the island. Therefore, Trump's presidency is a failure, and we need to let Democrats run the country. Like what? How did connect these thoughts for me here, smart guy?
You're going to tell me? Hold on a second.
It doesn't help your
Are
point.
you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that Donald Trump was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
He was initially friends
Okay.
with Jeffrey
So-
Epstein,
so
but
he
he also banned him from his properties.
That's fine, and he might have helped bring him in.
Hang on,
too.
he banned him from his properties, and he was also front and
He might have helped bring him in too. Why the fuck are you even saying this? Are you denying that he was friends with him? Who? Well, it's not like Owen just doesn't know this, like the other rest of the story here, which would be bad enough. There's plenty of people who have this position who don't even know. There's plenty of people who would argue Owen's position here who don't even know the story of that. Like, the only reason anybody else knows who Jeffrey Epstein is because of Donald Trump. The only reason anybody could even talk about an Epstein list or Epstein clients or anything like that is because of Donald fucking Trump. So why are you bringing it up?
center at pointing out to people that Epstein was a creep. That's one. And two, everything that's mentioned in the files, Michael Tracy has done great work on this. He's gone through them ad nauseum.
So
the
have I.
things which are put in there about Trump are ridiculous on their face.
Hold
And
on
the
a
claims
second.
from various people about Trump are noted inside of these files most of the time as being not credible at all.
Here's what's credible. Alex Acosta is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal. It was so bad of a deal that they had to re-examine it and re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein and put him back in jail in New York City.
Which administration did that happen
Where he
under?
was ultimately killed.
Yeah, which administration did that happen under?
The Trump administration.
That's right. He got
which is actually
rearrested
starting
under
to look
the
a little
Trump
more
administration.
suspicious. It's actually starting to look a little more suspicious now. Yeah.
How is that more suspicious? So
He died in jail.
What administration?
How
did
did he die
Acosta?
in jail?
What administration did Acosta?
Trump's.
Was he in when he cut the deal?
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office.
Yeah.
Acosta
Whose
was an
administration?
attorney.
Whose administration was that under?
Obama's.
Obama. So Obama, we have Acosta, goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to re-arrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
he wasn't even
hold on.
accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay,
What-
so
like,
your
for-
stance
for-
is
what are you talking about?
So your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile and there's nothing in the Epstein files. Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the
but you
debate.
can't-
I'm not
don't
here
have
to- I mean,
evidence.
you're on a
Is it a
losing side.
failure of
This
Trump's
is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then it's part of the debate.
There should be dozens of Epstein
Then there's
arrests.
part- it's part of the
They are
debates.
literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted
Exactly.
the names. They've
Who should
redacted the
who
names.
should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
What does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you'd done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims.
Oh yeah, I've studied them thoroughly as well. I don't know why their names are redacted, but I've studied it thoroughly.
Advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the
And no
research on
pedophiles
this.
go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
What
did
are their
Epstein-
names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to no one.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein-
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking about?
files
You
don't
can
even
see-
indicate
You
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." That's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as you know. Show me some evidence.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
Okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children. Anybody. He was not friends with
I'm willing
Trump.
to see
They're
that
not
Trump-
covering up.
I'm willing
They're
to
not covering
see-
up the files.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all.
Trump
signed in the Epstein
executed him.
Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress also
after
pushed for it.
they redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Here's where one of the multiple instances where you'll see, and this is a recurring issue with all these retard right people. They literally don't even know how this shit works. At some point later on, Owen reveals that he thinks the Attorney General is part of the judicial branch. So, like, Andrew's making a very good point here. How is Trump supposed to unredact them? Do you even know how any of this works? Are you just someone with a platform and a microphone and a couple of brain cells that are desperately trying to outdo each other?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, hey, unredact these
No,
names.
that's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And he can call them and
Trump's
tell them
allowed to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should...
Trump can just call them and tell them to unredact it. What? No, he can't. Stuff that's redacted either by Congress, by congressional designation, or by judges cannot be unredacted by the president.
What did Trump do here?
He can easily declassify. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
He
all
released
of them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he would
released.
get them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got to do.
You mean like they did in front of a press club and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got calls and threats and everything else?
That happened to one guy.
Yeah,
that
but I mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Oh, well, Owen Shroyer was just like one guy that got put into solitary. Who cares?
Okay,
this is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files?
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them. You can't tell me
it's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I
the
want all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of this.
files. What do you mean the victims go in front of Congress every freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes for the open dialogue.
There is no way for Trump to unredact more of these things. That's up to Congress and it's up to judges. Trump is part of the executive branch. Congress is part of the legislative branch. Judges are part of the judicial branch. There's a thing called separation of powers. And if your level of patience for politics is like, oh, well, just like ignore them or something. Just like go tell them to do stuff. This is what I mean. These guys are wholly out of their depth. Put them anywhere except for a podcast and they have no idea what they're doing.
Though it's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would say,
Can we move on to the economy?
The Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The
President
releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places. That didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top
Yes,
Israeli
he worked
spy.
with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, asking
that's called
questions,
evidence.
not providing evidence.
It's not
So why does he do
evidence.
that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence?
These people don't know what they're just dumb people. And as the conversation went on here, I started realizing like Owen is legitimately just low IQ. Like he genuinely just is not smart. Which is fine. He doesn't have to be smart, but like know your place, bro. Just because you can go like spout a bunch of things, go say some stuff on camera, it doesn't make you smart. You're not well informed. The world doesn't need to know what you have to say. The world doesn't need to know what you think. Your thoughts don't provide value to the world. Go find a hobby. Go get a job.
This is an event. This is a televised
Yeah, but
event.
what's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses?
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret.
I'm sure Owen Shroyer is also very, very concerned about Palantir and like global surveillance. But also like, if I don't like you, then you need to provide an accounting for why you have cameras installed. Like, this is evidence. It's evidence. Motherfucker, you don't even know the difference between evidence and proof. You don't even know the difference between circumstantial evidence and evidence.
Secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No.
He had a damn security room with monitors in his mansion.
You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not in all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all these things. So what are you talking?
There's also, Ryan Isaac says maybe Epstein's a pervert and likes to rewatch stuff. No one needed. Right, like, I think that I'm not opposed to the idea that he was using stuff for blackmail or like selling the tapes on the black market or whatever. Like, any of those things are possible. But the mere existence of the cameras is not evidence of any of those things. So you can just point to a bunch of these things and sort of like fashion a picture together. And then like the whole world has to stop until, and we have to just like sit here and twiddle our thumbs while the federal justice system processes through all of these things that also just happen to implicate like billionaires who can command vast armies of lawyers and everything. So like everything else just has to freeze while my little pet project gets processed to whatever point, because there's some things that I think are hidden that you know, they just need to be unhidden, and then magically everything's better or whatever.
Talking about. You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence that Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring, or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not of pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
Who? I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
So Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
when
jail.
was Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted
Brunel,
of pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
when was Epstein
in jail.
Convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was, 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia. That wasn't
Trafficking
pedophilia.
children isn't pedophilia.
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But
So
I think
that's
they were
underage?
I think they were 16, 17, not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ballgame. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay, so Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
Oh, I'm
guys.
going to
No
use an
proof.
argument from
He
incredulity.
killed himself in jail. Nothing to see here. And we should probably pardon Maxwell, too.
I'm totally incredulous, but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just because the economy is another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have.
It's entirely plausible that Epstein is a pedophile. Epstein was not convicted of pedophilia. There has not been demonstrated any evidence that there was a global pedophile ring. There's human trafficking. Yeah, absolutely. There's prostitution. 100%. This stuff has been going on forever. Every single society has had these things. And for a whole bunch of different reasons, they're really difficult to prosecute because that's kind of like the name of the game. And so if you're going to insist that the entire world has to stop spinning, everyone has to stop what they're doing until this gets done. This is the number one most important thing ever, is chasing this down for however long it's going to take. You're just, again, your brain does not generate thoughts worth publicizing.
Have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off a facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw the President of the United States that I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not. So, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub for entertainment. But there's no evidence of pedophile rings.
You're talking about Podesta spirit cooking?
I'm sure
the big art project
that's
spirit
right,
cooking?
Podesta, that's right.
Yes. Leon Podesta, who was part of a massive art project for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about rocket pizza?
Why are we talking about Democrats?
Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
Yeah. All right. So, moving into this, I just got a single question for you. Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How's that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that, and that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately. Americans are paying
the one big beautiful bill? The one big beautiful tax cut bill? That one? The one that cut taxes substantially? That one?
roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own. That number needs to be single digits tops. And a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family. But we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
No, it's assuming they do. In fact, my argument to you is just, I'll simply state it. If it's the case that we bring in, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger's going to get more expensive. You agree with that? Mm-hmm. So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's a solution.
I agree with you. But if it is in fact the case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is since we have negative net migration, why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop.
Straight Buster says, I've seen so many white teenagers doing entry-level jobs in menial labor work. I went to Wendy's a couple weeks ago, and the manager could not have been more than like 21, 22. Strapping, young, athletic, white kid. Just like totally like clean, pressed shirt and looking sharp, hair nicely combed and everything. It was like I got rewound back in time like 20 years.
Stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump, so we're not.
There was a lot more
numbers.
people to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that
that was a bad line from Andrew there. As again, like, and maybe he doesn't know the difference here with the thing that Bovina was talking about, Obama versus Trump or whatever. Like, that would have been the time to hit that, because this is such a stupid, tired, retarded talking point. I can't imagine being someone who cares a lot about deportations and willfully continually engaging in propagating this like New York Times bullshit, shit-lib, blue anon argument. I do not have a theory of mind for these people.
this gets into the, let's say, failures at the Department of Justice, which maybe they're just starting to get into.
What I was going to say before that, he totally did not follow the argument that Andrew's making here. Because he like, here's Andrew make this argument that's like, okay, if you deport a bunch of low-wage workers who are here taking jobs from Americans, and they're going to have to hire Americans, they're going to have to pay them more, and the economic disruption that causes, yeah, you're going to get GDP go down a little bit. You're going to get prices go up a little bit. Like, these are things that are going to happen. And he's like, well, I don't think mass deportations are where they need to be. So you're saying that the economic pain should be even higher than where it is. So actually, if Trump was being more effective with mass deportations, the economics pain would be even worse, and you'd be even more upset about it? Or would it still not be good enough? You know, like, see, this like multivariate analysis thing? No. This guy's not going to get into that.
Into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in a foreign and special interest. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're being asked.
But most Americans don't know that, because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those jobs,
we have a closed border.
Hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case, and we're talking about gas, hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up from
You want to get into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now?
Nope. Way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher. Now,
when did the price?
Trump spent a year driving gas prices down. So gas prices have gone up from the lowered level that Trump reduced them down to. So gas prices still, on net, are down. They're just up from where Trump had them before.
Go up.
Trump speculation mostly.
No. When did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price go up?
When did
the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
since we
steadily.
Attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation. And you just completely...
Can you imagine Owen Shroyer trying to talk about like different grades of oil and like which regions have different grades and where they get
omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up.
Hold on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down. He's the one that made that claim.
And he did. Happened. If they're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If this war in Iran doesn't end,
you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous, they may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
Gas prices are going down?
Yes, they're going to be going down, yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes.
You know what's kind of funny is you would think this is like something that's really, this is one of his key things, yet again. Gas prices, the economy, like this is the thing this is why Trump's a failure, because he is making us eat higher gas prices for this war for Israel. But clearly the actual price of gas isn't super relevant to him on a day-to-day basis, or he would know that gas prices are on their way back down again. They went up, they got high for a while, and then they kind of gone down, they gone up, they gone down, they gone up, and now they're kind of winding their way back down. You know what this probably indicates? It probably indicates that he doesn't pay attention when he gets gas. Because it doesn't matter to him what gas prices are. He's not tuned in, he's not paying attention to it. This is just a talking point that he can wield because he's not starting from, oh, look at all these different pieces of evidence. Here's all this proof that I'm taking on, therefore I'm going to formulate my position. No, he starts with this position of, I'm ass mad about Trump. And then he backfills it with whatever breaking slop headlines he's seen over the last week.
Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case. So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did.
But you just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to Trump. So I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're going to blame it on Trump instead of the speculators. But when I say even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper, that can't be because of Trump.
Let's be clear. No. Here's my
I
metric.
want the consistency.
No. Here's my metric.
Yeah.
Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
He hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war.
He
it is
has
a war.
gotten
we won
the gas
war,
prices
still,
down.
Gas
What are you
prices have
talking
gone
about?
up since we.
Like 2 or 3 months ago, I saw gas down at $1.93 at a gas station near me here in Texas. Gas was way, way down to the point where it's not even economically sustainable. Like if we want more oil production, gas prices actually have to be higher so that the oil producers can make money. Gas prices got hammered down for a long time.
We started the war.
Yes, gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation.
So Trump started a war, and now gas prices are higher. That's the
but
fact.
you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden, gas is
Trump,
still
I'm
cheaper than the
comparing
Democrats.
this administration to this administration.
Exactly.
Gas prices have gone up since he started this war.
Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control over oil there,
That's a nice
control
hope.
over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice
He
hope.
has control over all of it.
No, Venezuela oil won't be ready for probably months.
But we still have control of it. What did I say? The future will go down.
We'll see.
Why?
I hope
The
that's the
speculators
case.
say
I hope that's the
same
case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially, and now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian.
Just no. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
I want to make sure that they're alive so they can get raped. But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah.
From a little bit I've seen, Andrew's getting dragged on the internet for that line. The shit poster inside comes out for a second.
Didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s. He
was friends with Epstein.
He put it
It was
inside
probably
of the
bigger, but-
Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
That's good.
Khomeini,
So-
hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them without a single boot on the ground.
Great. And I'm sure after we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
radicalized. What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized
dying.
than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to stop?
What are you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids?
Well,
like,
let's
all
see,
the
how many
United
times-
States blowing up the pedophiles is going to really
hold
make
on.
them
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. You agree with
And
that?
is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist
Is
actions.
America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turn into ISIS
American
and turn into
interests, yes,
ISIL.
that's correct.
So America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy
But that
groups.
was due to Bush doctrine. Most of
And
that
now
was
Trump
due-
isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the majority of Trump's administration.
Is there a single boot on the ground in Iran?
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the question,
Iran
bro.
since.
Is there a single boot?
Yes.
Okay, where?
That's like
Where?
all over the Middle East. We got boots on the
No,
ground.
in
all over.
Iran.
We
In
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Kharg Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people there, and now there's 10,000 people there. Where's the big?
Tyler says, never attack your enemy in case they become more mad at you. Sun Tzu.
Invasionary force to take over Iran?
So okay,
Where's
fine.
that?
I'll tell you what.
Where's that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say?
Yeah.
Then?
Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion in Iran, that would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get to casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran, then yeah, I would have full support then because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela, or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it. And he did.
You know, so much of the rhetoric about the forever wars stuff is just purely moral grandstanding. That's all it is. That is all it is. The guys who are actually out there doing this shit, they are having the time of their lives. They're loving this. If you weren't being constantly inundated with this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is the biggest deal, this is the only thing anybody can talk about. There's all these other stories and stuff that are going around that if this was just like a sideshow, then these people wouldn't, it's like they wouldn't have their okay, time to spaz out button pushed. But they have that one. When you have this like, this foundationally libertarian perspective on war, I'm anti-war. You have this button that can be pushed to make you just go into total spasms of moral preening. Just vapid, empty moral preening. What are you, pro-war? This is total shit libbery. Yeah, you know what? I am pro-war. Suck it.
Did deploy the National Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything that they could do to stop them, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy's very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason.
What are you talking
Alejandro
about?
Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have.
Stopping deportations. Where do people come up with this shit? Cato Institute publishes this whole long thing about how they've constrained legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, and they've basically stopped illegal immigration. They're pouring resources into deportations, expanding all their capacity, buying millions and millions of dollars worth of these big warehouses and stuff. Where do you possibly come up with the idea, they're stopping deportations? Are we just making shit up? What, did some shitlib journo tweet something and it pushed your button? And so we need to spaz out again for what? Like, how does, oh, he's not deporting anybody. How does this accentuate our power? How does this ensure more people get deported? Like, do the math for me here, smart guy. How does just making up stories about, oh, he's not deporting anybody, how does this make our lives better? How does this improve our day-to-day lives? How does this diminish our enemy's power? It doesn't. This is it's just emotional lashing out.
Called in front of Congress, and you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being funny enough. It's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems
no. Literally, the only people who are claiming that are people like Owen Shroyer. Nobody is claiming that. Nobody. The only people claiming that are the people saying, oh no, people are claiming this. It's like the meme of the dude on the bike shoving the stick into his spokes. Over and over and over and over again.
To be the theme with that. But they should have gone after all of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew. They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration that brought them in, all of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Remember when they defunded all of them? Yeah, you remember shutting down USAID, seizing all these funds, opening up a huge fraud task force helmed by the vice president?
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they started?
Hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you?
They haven't even started the process, and I know that because there's been no results. Why would someone voluntarily put themselves in this position? What is with this desire to just be retarded publicly?
Aware of the SPLC investigation?
What are the charges? They're all
hang on,
financial crimes.
hang on. Let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they released it. You're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said multiple...
You're the one who wants to talk about there's no evidence of your claim. Lack of evidence, lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges, right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after these
Those charges got dropped.
Instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is...
Those charges got dropped. Wait a second. I thought they didn't arrest anybody. Now they did, but the charges got dropped? So, again, you got to pick one here. Either they didn't start arresting people right away, they aren't doing anything, or they did, and some other part of the obstructionist system is blockading it. This is elementary shit, man.
We're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC.
The problem is, Owen Shroyer is like, it's obvious that Owen Shroyer just is not very smart. He's picked up an audience because he's willing to say provocative things out loud. But he's just not very smart. That's great. The world needs ditch diggers too. I'm sure he'd make a very good ditch digger. He could be an entertainer. Fine, go be an entertainer. But don't be an entertainer that's constantly nipping at the heels of my president. That's constantly attacking my political cause while claiming to be on my side. Fuck off. The problem is, he's just one of the dumber avatars of this larger collection of retard right people. And there's a lot of very, very intelligent people for whom it's not an IQ problem like it is with Owen, who are just saying all the exact same shit that he is because they were inundated with a bunch of breaking slop accounts and they weren't prepared for it. They didn't realize that actually there could be psyops targeted directly at you personally to demoralize you. You had no defenses for it. And now you're just like tumbling down a well.
Guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is that you said that you wanted. It's at least a step in the right direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
treason.
treason.
So was Al Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Wait a second.
He's charged with financial crimes.
You're not comparing Al Capone to
I'm telling
15
you that
million invasion of this
It's the case that you go to jail for 15
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years.
See what I mean? See what I mean about like the low IQ thing? Like anybody, maybe, I don't know, you probably got to be above like a 95, maybe a 98, something like that. And you can track what the point that he's making here. Oh, it's like, no, they got to be charged with treason. Now it's like, no, they need to like charge everyone immediately. And also the only thing they can charge them with is treason. And if they charge them with anything else, if they go to prison for years under any other terms, well, that's not good enough. And like every person who's ever had like adult conversations with another human being understands Al Capone is like the classic example of we can't get him on the stuff he actually did, so we're going to get our foot in the door on this other stuff. You know, he's like, no, Al Capone is a patriot. He's not like Mayorkas. All right, bud. All right, I see you're one of those like you're one of those guys that just like staring at the flashing lights.
For the crime of murder, or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud. You can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's what they did to me.
No, you wouldn't. If you could prove one but not the other, you would go after the one you could prove.
No, they always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state.
Go arrest people, charge them with treason to ensure that the cases get thrown out, and then they can champion their vindication. That sounds like a great point. Man, we need to get you to the White House right away, Owen. The president needs to hear from you, bud. You've got so many gems for him.
Arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration? How about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James Comey?
Tell me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director at the FBI, spent 8 years writing books.
Tell me what your process would be to arrest them. Okay, so Dan Bongino wrote some books. Bro, what? This is what it's like talking to these people. It's just this like non sequitur Gish Gallop bullshit.
And doing a podcast all about arresting these people. He gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah,
So
the same Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made sense.
And then changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw, here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino, if it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it.
Just an absolute nuke. A rod from God. Are you guys making it more or less likely that good people will go get involved in doing transformational things, actually taking a risk, knowing the whole time that if you make one false step, there's this entire peanut gallery of retards who's going to spend the rest of their lives calling you a fucking pedophile? Are you advancing the cause with this? Or are you just too dumb to realize how much you're damaging it?
And looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it. You crucify him for saying, look, I got this wrong. And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen?
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very serious.
You've never, look, not only have you never provided any evidence for that, but your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did. And you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now.
From who?
That's literally happening to me. From this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I was arrested.
Crucifying
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. For four different times, I was arrested for supporting Trump. Okay. Now,
all incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point. Yeah. I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth because I believed Trump was innocent and I wanted to support it.
How are you
I've
being
already been
crucified?
Through that. I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have MAGA people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all my social media, kept supporting him. And then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA.
Imagine taking a bullet, having the entire global regime directed at destroying you and your family, bankrupting you, being shot at multiple times, getting back in office, just unilaterally pardoning all of these guys. And then the fucker has the audacity to go out and be like, yeah, you're a pedophile. You're a pedophile apologist, rapist, Jew lover. Yeah, I would tell you to shut the fuck up too.
Has now been weaponized against us, and Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious. So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It was by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against...
Never Trumpers,
yeah,
like you are right now.
No, I'm not a
So
no Trumper.
anyway,
I voted for him 3 times.
what happened is, well, and now you're like, oh, he's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when
saying
you're talking about,
he's failed. This
yeah,
administration
he hasn't
failed.
And when you're talking about this, Democrats were the ones who persecuted you. Democrats were the ones who threw you in jail. They were the ones who didn't want to give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump that. That is the biggest victory. I would never regret voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah,
Never.
huge victory, okay? But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing.
Well, let's not be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden it was.
Isn't that the whole point?
These guys have such a persecution complex. They are born losers. Oh, I'm going to get shut down. You know, the whole world is all against me. I'm so special. This is egotism. I'm so special. I'm so special that they're going to get me. I'm going to get betrayed. See, the betrayal is right around the corner. I know it's coming. I'm so much better if I get betrayed when I know I'm going to get betrayed than if it happens to me and I didn't see it coming. It's like the opposite of a Messiah complex. I don't know what you would call it, but they are begging for the boot on their necks. The only way they know how to live is with a boot on their necks. You know what, Mr. President? Fucking give it to them.
None of this stuff has happened under Trump, and you're saying, oh, but it could.
Hang on, under Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden, it would have, for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now. That's true. The President of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform telling him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding
Biden
fathers.
didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
he
neither
was
does
working
Trump.
with the tech
And
companies
neither
to
does
shut you
Trump.
down.
Trump doesn't care either. They'll censor us under Trump. They already did. He did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from 2018 to 2022.
Of Trump's administration censored you. What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the censorship?
That's different. You got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one making claims that Trump.
I pray to God that I never find myself in a position where I'm being this much of a retard in public. What did Trump do about What did Trump do about censorship?
Trump did something
Yes,
for me.
he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything for me. I'm saying that
He
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department
Trump.
of Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised he would do that.
But that is happening.
And note how Andrew's like Trump gave you the platform to be like to say shut the fuck up right back. No, okay, time to morally preen. No, that's the First Amendment. My right as an American. Trump didn't give that to me. I put no trust in princes. Look how holy I am. I am so neutral and impartial and objective. I don't trust politicians. You would be loyal to a politician? No, it was the First Amendment that gave me that right. And Andrew cut right through it. He's like, yeah, Joe Biden didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment. So apparently there's a difference. Apparently it isn't the First Amendment that gives you that right. It's fucking Donald Trump who gives you that right.
That's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now. It just happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war constantly. I know. I'm on TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of
in
all
the
private
future
information.
soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
wait a second. Hold
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
hold
right
on a
now.
second. When Doge ended, and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panican. I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms. And now
No, you were called a panican because you act like a faggot. That's why you were called a panican.
Three things of those have happened.
Except you were
single
also wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down in a war.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
you
did
said
not.
it on your show. Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said there's a good shot there. You were in the debate when you said it, in fact, with a caller. It's a good shot there would be bogged down as well.
What are you
that's what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. It's like every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing, we diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Shroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be an
cut taxes.
That's going to adjust.
Please do tip your streamer, folks. Tips.kingpill.com. Mrs. Kingpilled is, and actually, no, don't use tips.kingpill.com. I mean, you can if you want the money to get to me. It'll get to me. But if you want the alert to play, then use the pinned link, the link in the pinned chat on Kick. It's a Streamlabs link, streamlabs.com/kingpilled, the number 2/tip. Please do. Mrs. Kingpilled is waiting to add you to her nice list.
Adjustment period. You can cut taxes in a year.
Do you think that prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be so if you cut taxes immediately.
Takes 1
year.
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well.
Oh, hold on a second. I haven't thought about that. We'll just cut taxes. Oh, wait. Congress has. Well, Trump failed because he didn't make Congress cut taxes or something, even though he fucking did.
Unilaterally with his executive orders was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who out of anybody in the field would ever have given us net negative migration?
If Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting China.
The debate is not, has Trump's presidency been perfect? Oh yeah, the one big positive is migration, but it's not perfect. Oh, my Chinese students. See, this is just like the dude has like 12 leading report tweets that he internalized at some point over the last 15 months and derives his entire worldview just from those tweets.
Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still
at
letting
a 50%
the H-1B
decrease of the H-1Bs, but the Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them. That's correct.
So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was that the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does.
That's what's
this
funny.
is a donor
Has
class
literally
administration.
never
In this
happened.
case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He didn't.
Dave! It's Gay Dave!
This needs to be said to Owen. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
A banger from the gayest man.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Here is the biggest, gayest man in the world. So gay. So gay.
Yeah, Slutty Bell, deportation stopped is 2 + 2 = 5. It's literally factually incorrect. Just simply not true. But for whatever reason, the Owen Shroyers of the world want it to be true. They're desperately trying to will it into reality. Because being a persecuted loser is more comfortable than the responsibility that comes with winning.
He's doing mass deportation?
No. He gave subsidies. And yes, there has, not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossings. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't, there's too many, but I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of, I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone, don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California.
But Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up or
we
down?
need an adjustment time, Andrew.
Hey, that's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we both agree that mass deportations is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment.
Like, does he have a head injury or something? I don't. And also, I just learned, I learned it when I heard this last night, but I just learned that I'm much more of a deportations maximalist than the Trump has failed on deportations guy.
Time, do the.
At least 15 million? I don't know. At least 3 million left the country last year alone. Before all the funding came in, before they got everything spun up, before they got all the new ICE agents out there, before they got the new immigration judges, before they got all the expanded capacity, before they nationalized Spirit Airlines to use it for mass deportations, before all of that, we're already net negative and 3 million left.
How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations.
You don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements for those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we'd have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings a day, you'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me lately?
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of deportation?
Net negative migration and pardoned you from prison. What have you done for me lately, you fucking pedophile Jew lover? Scum. Despicable. Him and all the people who share his worldview.
For Trump's 4 years.
Overall number?
Yeah.
Probably, I would want to see like happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I'd want to see.
Let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive
Well, we agree that Trump is at a success. Okay. Let me answer my own question, then you can respond.
Yeah.
And I also just learned that I'm much more of a deportation maximalist than Andrew is. See, I actually think it's realistic to have net negative coming in, and also to have 3 million year one, maybe 5 million this year, maybe 8 million the following year, maybe 10 million the following year, something like that. I don't think that that's out of the question. But you know what's going to make it really fucking difficult? If Troon cases like Owen Shroyer just mass bow out together, demoralize everyone in their orbit, ensure that Democrats retake the House, they impeach Trump, they defund ICE, and prevent mass deportations from happening. Prevent any deportations from happening. That's a really good way to not get what you want. So we can even grant the point. We could say, yep, Trump's been a failure to this point. So are we going to decide now going forward we get guaranteed worse than failure? What about just a continued failure? Even if that's what it was, it would still be better to have more of Trump. If Trump is like aspiring for the good thing and failing, and the alternative is doing all of the bad things, it would be better to have the aspire for the good thing but fail. And I have no problem saying that because I'm not a fucking cucked out libertarian.
I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it.
Yeah.
I think 15 million, if it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you would agree with me, there's way more than 15 million illegal
Probably like
immigrants
40,
here.
maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's very high.
There's
So if it is the case
there's at least 100.
that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts, again, 3 times the amount of injunctions any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And he's trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through. And it's been wildly successful. Wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
That's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations, and at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that
But if they are, the prices are going to go up, right?
I think that you can negate that by not getting them into another war in the Middle East.
The war in the Middle East, are you kidding me? You think that that's the budget buster in comparison?
Absolutely. He's asking for
entitlements?
$1.5 trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on our debt.
Do you know what our entitlements are in comparison to military spending? But that's my whole point. When we're talking about entitlements, the number one spending, not military. That's one.
I think
the second,
interest is about to take entitlements.
Well, maybe, but the number one spending right now is entitlements is 3 times higher than military spending. 3 times higher. Most of those entitlements are coming in because of illegal immigration and mass migration. You know this. I've heard you say it yourself.
I have a zero tolerance for any welfare.
Yeah, I've heard you say it yourself. So if that's the case, you're not going to be able to do this without a transitory period where prices go up.
It's been a
when
year.
You see all of these jobs, first of all,
It's been over a year. Like, this is like, how people are not capable of comprehending numbers above a certain level? There's like this thing where people get so detached from a thing they just can't comprehend it. They just can't wrap their minds around it. A year. It's been a year. And he's saying, it's been a year. The first time I heard that, I was like, yeah, it's only been a year. No, he's like, it's been a year. A year is so long. It's such a long time to get so many things done.
Wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to Americans.
The economy is bad. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Are real wages
More
up or
Americans are in
down?
debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
They're as down as they've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody can cook these numbers.
These wages are as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up.
He literally gave him the number. Wages are up by this number. He's like, wages are up by 0.3%. Now, are wages up or down? They're down. They're down? Down by how much? Down as far as they've ever been. This is just fact free. It's just emotions. That's all that this whole libertarian cognitive superstructure, it's just built on like empty vibes and emotions and moral grandstanding. That's all it is.
Are you going to tell Americans that they're doing good financially?
I didn't say there's not room for improvement. We're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if real wages were net negative like they were under Biden. And that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And cost of living has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what? That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration and immigrants.
The conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a riveting open discussion.
I think we take questions.
Yeah, I know. Take us questions.
Judas complex. Yes, Chimp Choker. That's very good. The Judas complex.
By the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
now, are you looking for something truly worth your time this summer? DebateCon 8 is bringing 2 full days of high-level.
Let me skip through. He does some ads here. And then the Q&A. Now, the Q&A is fun. That's what the rest of this is here. So I'm going to keep this going. We'll get to the end of this. There's, let's see, there's probably about 40 minutes. We're running it at 1 1/4 speed. So we'll probably go for another 30, 45 minutes, something along those lines. Alert says, not sure why I'm rewarding you for this annoying shit. Coinbase. All right, I'll look. Please do tip your streamer. Use the pinned link, streamlabs.com/kingpilled2/tip, or you could go to Coinbase. The link's into this somewhere. Or you can go to Cash App or Venmo at Kingpilled for both of those. So Rachel Wilson starts us off with a question here. And I'm just going to say up front, this is not a, I understand sort of the direction that Rachel was going with this. I don't think it was helpful at all, but Andrew saved it masterfully.
As fast as possible, and no double questions. No, I've got to. With that, I'm also even going to hold the microphone just to be sure. With that, thank you very much, Rachel.
Okay, so since this is going to be disingenuously framed as Andrew loves Epstein now, I just want to say many of you were very happy about a lot of Owen's points on Epstein, and I am too, and Andrew did make clear we don't think he's good. We don't think pedophilia is good. Given that, since there are 30 to 40,000 girls 15 and under each year getting married in Iran, and there are 2.3 million girls and women living in Iran right now who were married before they turned 15. And this was not the case before this regime took over. There were 18 and up marriage laws prior to 1979. If we can get rid of this regime and the regime change eliminates this child marriage in the millions, would that be worth it to you? All of you who are upset about the Epstein files, would that be something that you would support?
Well, I'd have to know what the worth it payoff is. No, I'm inclined to say no too. I'm inclined to say no too because Iran is not my country. We've been in the Middle East for decades, for my entire life.
So we only care about pedophilia when it's here. We don't care about 2.3 million children being married off to old men in Iran.
I care about fixing my country first, and I feel that our presence in the Middle East has not resulted in anything positive.
So then at least
see that's. I understand the spirit of the question, and Andrew kind of ties in the logic of it here in just a second. But she just lined herself up for that answer. That answer exactly. Yeah, I don't care about what's going on in other countries. I care about mine. Like, you're not going to sob stories of like, oh, poor girls being raped or whatever. Like, I'm not, that's in that country. That's not going to justify a war to me. I'm not going to go do like wars for like saving the poor brown girls or something. But what she's highlighting here and what Andrew really draws out is she's identifying this, I mean, it's hypocrisy basically.
At least be honest that it's not about pedophilia.
It's not.
You do
Right.
not care about pedophilia whatsoever. You're just ass mad. That's bullshit.
Well, if you want to change Iran, I'm sure that they'll take you over there. You can go over there and fight the regime change war of the administration if you care so much about
No,
it.
the point is.
No, I didn't. No.
The point is consistency. If the entirety of the consistency is, if Trump isn't actively going after pedophiles, he's supporting pedophiles.
Has
then
that
hang on.
ever been a statement about this war? He's never mentioned that Iran
Hang
are
on, let me make
pedophiles.
the point. If that is the case, why does he need to mention a thing that's known? But anyway, if it is the case that it's not consistent, hey, man, if Trump isn't actively going after what I think is a U.S. pedophile ring that I can't even prove exists, then he's supporting pedophiles. But over in Iran, we literally see him blowing them up. Where's the consistency there, man?
He blew up 200 school children. Nobody has mentioned fighting pedophilia as part of this war. It's a regime change war for Israel to get control of the Middle East. That's what this is all about. And so, no, I don't support that.
Are the Iranians? Is it
Iranians
institutional?
bad? Iranians bad.
Is it
Iranians bad.
institutional to the? Is it institutional? Is it institutional to the Iranians under Sharia law that they're allowed to marry kids or not?
When every American has a backyard,
I'll tell you what. Answer the question.
Barbecue pit and a pool, then we can go police the world.
Can you answer the question? Is it the case that institutionally Sharia allows you to marry children or not?
I'm not interested in Sharia. I don't want it in my country.
Can you answer my question? Can you
answer
answer the question, Owen?
Yes, Sharia is bad. I don't like Sharia.
Yes,
I condemn
okay.
Sharia.
So then the idea that she has is in fact the case. She's talking about consistency. If Trump is covering for pedophiles by not arresting who you think are pedophiles with no evidence, then you're supporting pedophiles by not letting him kill them in Iran.
It's different. It's my country versus Iran.
That's the point right there. If you want to say that he's covering for pedophiles by not like arresting everyone who's named in the Epstein files or whatever, you're making this leap. You're saying because he's not arresting them, he's covering for pedophiles. He's saying it's equally valid logic to say that because you oppose him bombing pedophiles, you're protecting pedophiles. Both arguments have the same flaw in their logic. Now, let me play this for you real quick.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Alpha male alert from Lurch.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Thank you, Lurch, for the $100 worth of magical internet money. I appreciate you, sir. That puts us we're at $259.88. So we're $140 away from someone making a little moolah tonight or this afternoon, this morning, whatever time of day it is. Forum.kingpole.com. Make sure you're signed up there. So if we do hit the goal, I will do a drawing and someone will get 10% of the total tip take for the day. We continue.
Iran. Okay, I live in America. I want to fix America. If you want to fix Iran, go to the Middle East. Nobody's stopping you.
It's not about fixing Iran. It's about the consistency of your logical position, which is not
So
logical.
it's not about fixing Iran, but that's the entire basis of your statement.
It's not a logical.
See, here's like Owen's just not on the. They're doing a thing where they're like, okay, let's take out the structure of your argument. Let's create a parallel argument to test the logical consistency of your argument. See how this argument fails? Yeah, that's how your argument fails as well. We're abstracted away from the actual conversation, but there's like an IQ ceiling here where you just can't do this like going a layer away, going a level up in abstraction.
Logical position to say, oh, I'll oppose it in this one hand, and if Trump doesn't do that, he's supporting it. But on the other hand, if I take us away from killing them in Iran, that's not him supporting pedophilia. It's bizarre.
You want to go one more time?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, you got it.
Hey, how you doing? So wouldn't being successful on at least your primary promise of a thing be considered success?
No.
No. Okay.
If I hit one home run in a 10-inning game and we lose, that's not a success.
So, is it the case, though, that Trump has been hugely successful when it comes to mass migration? He has been successful in that arena, and that was one of his number one promises.
Yeah, I said yes. I said that's been a success.
Yes.
That's one of if there are 10 issues.
But that's all negated by a 7-week war.
I'm reminded why Scott Adams would always say that that analogies are very rarely persuasive. That's a really good example of one. He just absolutely slaughtered the analogy, was not persuasive at all. like perhaps it would be like if we played a game and I hit a home run and we got all of our runs because I hit the home run, but then the rest, like I came in and I was like a pinch hitter and I hit a home run. I did my job, but everybody else didn't. Like there's the whole thing was just, he pulled it out of his ass and it was terrible.
It's a separate issue, and he's failed.
All right. First, Andrew Wilson. I first learned about the Orthodox Church from you, and my family and I were just baptized into the church this past Christmas. Christ is risen.
Truly, he is risen. Many years.
Second, Owen, you've made a lot of comments about prosecutions and reducing taxes, all while neglecting the fact that these require two other branches of government working with Trump. The judiciary branch has consistently blocked him and almost every single move he's made, and it's had to go to the Supreme Court I don't know how many times. Meanwhile, Congress, no thanks to Republicans in Congress, by the way, have dragged their feet on almost every single issue. So why are you putting all the responsibility on Trump when we've got two other branches of government?
So true,
well, Trump appointed the attorney general, and she failed him. So he did that. He appointed that. So I don't know.
It's not the judiciary, dude.
So I don't know what.
He's asking about the judiciary of radical justice.
He actually thought that the attorney general was part of the judiciary. Because, like attorney means court, so court must mean judge. Therefore, attorney general means judiciary.
Judges, which have blocked Trump every chance they get. It was so bad, in fact, that the Supreme Court finally had to step in and say, look, sorry, California, you can't set immigration policy for the rest of the country.
Do you believe these judges are corrupt?
Many of them, yes.
So then why don't we do something about corruption?
Because in this case, corruption is a matter of spectrum between political ideology. The Democrats believe that they're doing something which is well within the purview of federal judges to do. And it was within their purview to do until that was recently constitutionally lifted by the Supreme Court, who said federal judges in California can't anymore say, hey, Texas, this is going to be the new standard for immigration law. They were
I bet you, imagine asking him what happens if you have, what the solution is for a corrupt judge. What's the process for that, Owen? You've got all the answers. You're the enlightened one who gets to proclaim the relative success of the Trump administration. What do you do with a corrupt judge? How do you get a corrupt judge removed from their position? Tell me. What branch of the government does that implicate? Guarantee you he would have no idea.
Blocking Texas immigration law in radical courts in California, dude. He's been hamstrung at every level by the judiciary. 100% that's true. The Supreme Court, which he appointed, he's had massive victories there.
Well, not according to him recently. But I just find it amazing that the Biden administration can make
Dr. Doom Guy.
I feel my last brain cell dying listening to Owen.
I'm sorry for doing this to you guys, but I think that this is a really good example of the based Chad Truster against the look at him here. The sad soy panicking. I mean, I feel like I need to hear some Sarah McLachlan music over this, like sad puppies and stuff.
Thousands of prosecutions and arrests within months.
Thank you,
but
Dr.
this administration can't do anything about Epstein clients or about the deep state.
Thousands of arrests of who?
Myself and January 6th.
Yeah, so they were able to utilize the power of the media to paint all of you guys as being...
Oh, he makes a really, really good... Andrew makes a fantastic point here, so I want to get this whole thing. But first of all, I just got to say, Democrats with the entire judiciary and Congress in their pocket were able to swiftly go and arrest all of the January 6 people. Therefore, Trump should be able to use basically the exact same institutions and go swiftly arrest all of the nation's judges. This is retard shit. But Andrew makes a tremendous point right here.
Amazing that the Biden administration can make thousands of prosecutions and arrests within months, but this administration can't do anything about Epstein clients or about the deep state.
Thousands of arrests of who?
Myself and January 6th.
Yeah, so they were able to utilize the power of the media to paint all of you guys as being violent extremist insurrectionists in order to get the public on their side. In this particular case, not only Democrats, but on your side, people have weaponized the media instead to paint Trump out as though he's part of some pedophilic satanic elite, thus getting the one thing he always had in his teeth was the media. And you guys have done everything you can to take that away through this obfuscation of Epstein and the Epstein files. When we have way bigger fish to fry in domestic policy for sure, and you still don't even have any evidence of any of those claims, which is wild.
This is such a good point. This is the thing I've been trying to say. The reason why, a major reason why, they were able to just railroad the J6 people was because of the media's ability to run cover for them. Where's my president's propagandists? You have all these huge demands. You're sitting here on your DoorDash app placing your politics demands. The dude fucking pardoned you, and he can't even get a crumb of loyalty, not even just from like you're going to hide your inner feelings and just for pragmatic reasons. You're going to be a loyal soldier. Nope, can't do that. No, he doesn't get loyalty. He doesn't get propagandists. We just sit in the peanut gallery and we place demands, we just make our orders, and when he doesn't deliver them to us fast enough, then we just cry and shit everywhere.
This is for Owen. So
you don't even, if you're so wound up with your own like moral high horse thing, you don't even have to like go out and champion him. But could you at least just shut the fuck up? Could you just like at least not get in the way? Can we ask just a bare minimum thing? Go talk about like World of Warcraft or something. Do something productive with your time. Just don't get in the way. So that we can actually get those big, huge asks that you want, but you're not willing to work for. The only work you're going to do is like, oh, I'm going to like do a podcast and like talk about how persecuted I am.
if Trump could only do one thing that would make you change your mind, would you rather him?
This question was the point at which I remember exactly where I was. I was just pulling up to the charging station, just hopping out of the truck to plug in the charger, and the answer to this question, if there weren't fucking ants all over the ground, I probably would have laid down in the middle of the parking lot and just laughed at the absurdity. After everything we went through, this is part of the reason why I wanted to play the hour and 20 minutes leading up to this. For everything that he said, now listen to his answer to this question.
It's of any of those claims, which is wild.
This is for Owen. So if Trump could only do one thing that would make you change your mind, would you rather him act more on the E-files or where we're currently at with Iran? Which one is a bigger issue for you?
I would say probably bring the troops home, generally speaking. Bring them all home. And I think you win the midterms if you do that. I think you save face with everything. If you come out tomorrow and you say we're done in the Middle East and we're bringing all of our troops home, I think you sweep the midterms.
I had to go back and listen. Like, I couldn't believe. I was like, maybe I misheard the question or something like that. No. Like, after all of that, the hour and 20 minutes we just went through, he's like, oh, if Trump came out tomorrow and said, war in Iran is done, we're bringing the boys home, all's forgiven, all's well. Sweep the midterms. It's like nothing but sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows going forward. I was aghast. I was like, you know the thing when you hear something that's just so absurd you can't help but just sort of cackle maniacally? That's what I was doing. I totally chimped out when I heard that. I could not believe it.
This is mainly for both of y'all. I just want to ask, how can we get our economy to rebound after the negative effects of the tariffs, especially on American manufacturing workers? I myself actually work at a industrial plant that produces grinding wheels for brakes. In our business, we had to increase prices a lot because costs of raw materials went up a lot because it was harder to import them because all the chromium and manganese comes from China.
Sure.
We got a kid here who's like, I don't know, 20, 22. He's working in an industrial facility. Huh.
White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up.
So I'm wondering, what is y'all's stance on how we could get the economy back and get the prices back down?
Well, I was a big fan and still am of tariffs.
Magoo!
All of these Epstein super important idiots can't tell you how many traffickers were arrested in Operation Restore Justice. Trump's DOJ op, or that operation even existed. 205 arrests and 115 children rescued BTW. Frauds, all of them.
So true, so true. All these guys who care so much about pedophiles when it gives them the opportunity to grandstand. Suddenly, when you talk to them about the actual pedophiles, actual pedophile rings that are being broken up, all the human trafficking that's being disrupted, all the thousands and thousands of kids who are being recovered and returned to their parents, all of that, no, that doesn't matter. It's still, it's the, what do you call it? It's the donor administration that's there to cover up pedophiles. Ozarker Pleb said Owen will pretend that he never said that once Trump does bring them home. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is how it works with these people. Trump will bring them home. And it just so happens, oh no, all of those U.S. bases got destroyed. I guess we can't send our boys back to those bases anymore. Oh, what a bummer. Who could have seen that coming? But as soon as that happens, then it'll just be on to something else. Because there's never anything good enough, because the bitching and moaning and moral grandstanding is the point. Trump fucking nailed it when he called Massey a grandstander. That's exactly what these people are. They're just grandstanders. There's no character to them whatsoever.
Y'all's stance on how we could get the economy back and get the prices back down.
Well, I was a big fan and still am of tariffs. What the tariffs were used for, people get it wrong all the time. They think that it was just willy-nilly. It wasn't. What happens is if you have the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, so this means that these are tax-free imports and exports. So if Canada imports a bunch of stuff from China, who we have a 25% tariff on, and then just labels it Canada, don't they avoid any of our tariffs, the Chinese? Yes. So what that is it's closing back doors by putting tariffs on westernized nations. And there's no possible way, by the way, for you to raise revenue in the United States. You only have two ways to do it: taxes or tariffs. So Harris's idea was that she was going to get rid of the corporate tax breaks, and that was going to drastically increase prices because it has to. Trump's idea was that he was going to fight a tariff war with potential future enemies and people who are adversaries with us on the global stage now. You'd pick your poison. Which one would you want to see?
Yeah, I'm a little.
And that's the thing. You don't get like the null value. You don't get the nothing option. You get the bad option or the other option. You can decide whether it's good or bad, but the other one is clearly bad.
A little concerned. I think Andrew and I would probably agree with most these issues. I'm a little concerned about that you talk about your company specifically is so reliant on China. This is something, whether it's Trump or the next president or Biden, all of our presidents have been put into a deep ditch because our Congress has sold us out to mostly West Asia, China. That's why everything is made over there.
Now we can talk about Congress. Now we can talk about how Congress hamstrings the presidents. Now we could bring that up. Honestly, good point, Owen. Very good. Oh, it looks like you actually can do it. Why just here? Why is it that you have a TDS button with everything else, but not with this?
So now we're basically reliant. These minerals you're talking about, rare earth minerals, we're basically reliant. Pharmaceuticals, we're extremely reliant. And that's because Congress for the last 20, 30 years has completely sold us out.
Through bribes and kickbacks, by the way.
And so we're screwed on that deal. I would say I support tariffs too. I would agree with Andrew that I support tariffs. The problem that the president has, and he did get screwed, I think, by the Supreme Court on this deal.
He did.
But the problem that you have is
the court. Wait a second. So Trump is doing the good things, and it's Congress and the judiciary that are fucking him over.
We have so many corporate taxes. We have so many regulations. It's like you're already so deep in the hole. You talk about your company.
Who's been slashing regulations like crazy? Who set the new rule that if you're going to establish a new regulation, you have to get rid of 10? And actually, they're getting rid of like 130 regulations per new one. Who's the one who's been like gutting all of the pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord, the WHO, gutting all of the environmental emissions regulations? Who's been doing that?
What I'd like
the unsuccessful president, that one.
President Trump to do, since the tariffs look like they're not going to work now. I'd like to see him get corporate tax rates as low as possible. I'd like to see him. Remember when he came in the first administration, he had that big display and he cut the red tape and it was getting rid of all this regulation. I think that's the best plan right now. I think we just have to get rid of as much regulation as possible, get rid of the corporate tax rates as much as possible. And that is one.
Hey, I've got good news for you, Owen. The Jewish-controlled pedophile president, he's way ahead of you on that one, actually. So there's reason for you to be optimistic.
That you can mostly blame on the Democrats, but the Republicans went along for the ride.
Trump extended his tax cuts and is going to continue to the extension of tax cuts. Not only that, he does want to get them lower. When he's talking about regulation, especially as we dive into this, you have to remember a couple things. The first thing is that he did get screwed on the tariffs, okay? The best thing on planet Earth would have been for him to continue to raise revenue through tariffs. That way you can lower taxes.
And here's the thing where both of them seem to not be aware of the fact that the tariffs aren't going away. And then actually, Jameson, Greer, Scott Besson, and Trump have all said that doing the tariffs this way is actually going to result in even more tariff revenue. It's just going to take longer, and they've got a whole bunch of hoops and stuff they have to jump through. The tariffs aren't going away.
But how are you going to raise revenue, man? How are you going to raise revenue without tax increases or tariffs? You can't do it.
Can I make a suggestion, actually? What I'd like to see is I'd like a policy that if you're going to come here and work, whatever money you're going to send overseas, we're going to tax that at least 50%.
Yeah, remittances.
Honestly, I'd tax it at 80%.
But remittances will do hardly anything. That's the problem.
But
even
you know
if you
what?
tax
But it might not change much financially, Andrew, but people will stop doing it. They'll either stop.
Oh, yeah, I think we should just have like 80% remittances. Yeah, that sounds great. How about we just ban them? Oh, but who does that? Is it the president? Wait a second. How does this stuff work?
Stop coming here, or they're going to stop sending the money home because we're just going to keep it.
People would still work in the United States. Illegal immigrants would still come in here, even if you had a 10% tax on remittances, because it's still way more money than they're going to be.
Then I'd go 80%.
Yeah, but you're never going to get 80% through. And that's not the thing Trump can unilaterally do. Again, you'd have to have both houses. In this case, at least Congress would have to act on that. So I love the.
This is just like remedial stuff. If you're going to tax remittances, that's going to have to come through Congress. So maybe all of this fire should be directed at the fucking Congress. You know what Congress loves? Congress loves it when you direct all your fire at the president. Congress loves it when there's all this like retard right stuff going on that totally runs cover for them. The biggest bunch of spineless backstabbing traitors on the planet. Every single one of them is exultant that people like Owen Shroyer exist to totally run cover for them. Owen gets to feel all like moral high and mighty about all of this while he's actively running cover for the worst bunch of traitors in the country.
We had Congress for a minute. We had Congress for a minute, and now.
Yeah. But could you say that just the money being made due to the large amounts of goods we have to?
Oh, you mean when we got like record funding for ICE? We got all the tax cuts passed? That time? The thing that's just like conveniently we ignore, we pretend it didn't happen?
Import from China, could that also boost it? Because China, I mean, they are far too big of an industrial power for us to just cut off. I mean, they produce half the world's steel. Yep. They have 4 times our population, and their industry has been expanding rapidly for
That's
around
what the
70
tariff war
years.
was for.
Yeah, I agree
The tariff
with that.
war was designed to weaken the Chinese economy as much as possible. And Democrats and some of the never-Trumpers and some of the Republicans who don't like Trump really went after him for tariffs because they made the same argument. Well, good prices are going to increase. Yes, of course they are. But what's the alternative? If you have Kamala Harris comes in and she takes out.
And conveniently, Owen is so exercised about China and how much of a problem China is and offshoring all of our industry, and we need tariffs to protect us against China. But Iran, no, that's all about Israel. You know, conveniently, as soon as Iran comes up, then China just disappears from the scene.
The corporate tax, right? The corporate tax decrease, your prices of your goods still increase, except now you're not weakening your global adversary.
T-Con!
The only pet that Owen really cares about is his D-ball. Doomers are gay Anakin's face the wall.
Yeah, so true, T-Con. So true. Oh, man. Thank God. Thank God for patriots like T-Con and patriots like Andrew. We're almost there. 341.76. One more $88 tip. There's also the $29 tip as well.
So it's like, which poison you want to pick?
I would say too, if there's one thing, if you're gonna look an American in the eye and say, hey, we have a transitory period. You know, they say this thing, short-term pain for long-term gain. That's probably the only one where I would look them straight in the eye and say, I'm square with you. If you need to do these tariffs to try to rebalance the global market, and that hurts us for maybe a year, and we can start producing steel, we can start bringing some manufacturing back, bringing Main Street back, that would be something that I would say, okay, Americans would believe in that cause, but the whole thing's been turned over by the Supreme Court now, so.
Hey, guys. Yeah, like the one thing that Andrew's missing is some of the facts on some of these things, which, you know, like Andrew's a busy man. He can't be expected to keep up with every single little detail about this. But, you know, that's why this select few are exposed to the astrolabe. The great patriot Labians. They're the ones who get to know about all these things.
Guys, thank you for introducing me into orthodoxy.
You're welcome.
How
many people preacher up here. Yeah. Bring out the holy water. Come on.
A question for both of y'all. You know, in I've noticed seeing a lot with foreign policy, especially in the last 50 years. I see myself asking this question: what kind of America do we want to be? Do we want to stay to our imperialistic roots, which is based from like the Spanish-American War, our acquiring of Philippines, Guam, Grenada? Do we still want to be that imperialistic power in the world, which I'm totally down for?
I don't consider it an imperial power.
Which I'm totally down for. The kid's a patriot. Aspiring Midwit says the DOJ has been busy today raiding the Leering Center, indicting Fauci's aide, indicting Comey again, and the day is not done. Holy crap. So much stuff has been happening while I've been here with you guys. Got tons and tons of content for tomorrow's show. Which, reminder, there will be a Lab tomorrow. Normally there isn't one on Wednesday, but I didn't do one yesterday, so we'll do one on Wednesday. I got to get as many in as I can before the end of the month because got to pay rent. This is what I do to make money. So appreciate all of you guys who have been tipping your streamer.
Power, but a hegemonic power. Yeah. And I think that that's the proper context. Americans are not imperialists and never have been. We don't have an empire, a traditional empire like what you'd see with the British Empire, things like this. We're a hegemon. And the United States will brook nobody messing with their hegemon status. And when you guys think about it, I know how that sounds. You go, wait a second, I don't care for a hegemon. Yes, you do. Oh, yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah.
You care a great deal if you're a hegemon. You just don't know that you care a great deal if you're a hegemon. But let me just ask it to you this way. If it was the case that you could pick between two lives, the one life is there's a guy who lives up on a hill who has everything and can kick the holy shit out of you, and you could be that guy, or the guy he kicks the shit out of. Which way you rolling, man? Tell me. You want to be the guy on the hill. So
I think I agree directionally, but I feel like Americans are the ones getting their ass kicked right now. That's the problem. I feel like Americans...
By who?
What?
By who?
By our own government.
Oh, well, okay, hang on. Yes, inside of a hegemonic...
You want to just speed up the Q&A, just like...
Yeah, very quickly, I'll just say, I agree with that, yes, of course, especially from Democrats and progressives. They beat the holy shit out of the private sector in the worst way possible. I guess what I'm saying is directionally to answer your question, when you're talking about empire, we're a hegemon, not an empire.
I've got to go next one. Thank you very much.
Here, I would quibble with Andrew as well. I think America does have a very imperial character. It's just that the American imperial character is different fundamentally than the British or other European imperial characters. We've got our own thing, and it has to do with the character of the people. It's got to do with the selection effects that produced us. It's got to do with the frontier mindset. It's got to do with the geographical realities that we exist within. The fact that we have this entire continent and we can conceivably think of ourselves as essentially a single nation. This is unique in human history, and the American imperial character is forming in front of us and is going to emerge.
Hey, firstly, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Owen. My question is around immigration and the demographic shift. So my question is, with the U.S. turning into...
That's the brown guy. The snappily dressed brown guy is the one who wants to talk about demographic shift.
to a country with a non-white majority, the concern is that the significant demographic shift will change the country fundamentally, and America will cease to be America. And this is echoed in the dissident right-wing spheres. And I want to quote Ben Shapiro here. He said in 2016, if I'm not incorrect, he said, "I don't give a damn about the so-called browning of America. Color doesn't matter. Ideology does." And this has caused massive infighting in the right wing. And my question is, do you associate with the mainstream conservative view that Ben Shapiro and MAGA spouts, or the more dissident and alt-right?
Well, I don't think MAGA spouts that. I think Ben Shapiro does, but I don't think MAGA in general spouts that. So I would answer it this way. Let's just agree with Ben Shapiro for the sake of argument here, that yes, cultural nationalism wants people who have the similar values to the United States. Those do just so happen to be most of the white nations. I'm just pointing that out. That if you wanted to import people who had the most amount of your values, that does seem to be from the nations which are mostly white. So
true.
I would even grant Shapiro's argument because, I mean, how would that actually hurt the MAGA base to grant the argument?
Well, I don't think we are taking Ben Shapiro's statements at face value at this with this quote here. I think he means something a little bit different than we're perceiving. But nonetheless, let me give you an example of something I experienced that might put this kind of into a picture for you. When I was charged by the federal government and I was going through the process of defense, I dealt with a Chinese prosecutor. I dealt with, I think it was from Azerbaijan, I forget which country, a country in the Middle East, who was a magistrate judge. And then there was another prosecutor, I forget where it was. The point is, 3 foreigners that were now American were involved in my case. I had a free speech case. They even cite my speech as the reason for putting me in jail. Now, I don't know if it's the perfect example, but I look at that and I say, here's 3 people who weren't born in the country, who don't have that ingrained love of free speech. It's not in their heart. It's not in their soul. It's something they might have been taught. It's something they might have learned as like a textbook concept, but they don't understand the soul of it. They don't understand the spirit of it. And so that's where I think it starts to come into play. There's an American spirit. There's an American soul. You have to have it. You can learn it through a textbook, but when you come from a foreign country that doesn't, live and die by these ideas and practices, it's a little bit different when the rubber meets the road. So I do think it matters. It might not matter what your skin color is, but it matters that if you come from a country that doesn't value free speech, you really can't even comprehend what that means to Americans.
But even
I don't
if it
think you
did,
can.
let's just say, for the sake of argument, very quickly, that it did. That everybody in the United States said, you know what?
Good takes from Owen. I will give credit where it's due.
We just don't want mass migration from only brown countries. Let's just say that they did. So fucking what? We have the control to do that if we want to do that. Nobody bitches if Japan does that. Nobody cares. They don't give a shit. Right. Not a bit. So the thing is that if it's the case that you really want a democracy, you really want a republic, you really want the will of the people, well, mass migration in all Western nations is resisted by all people in Western nations. Isn't that amazing? They all hate it. Every one of them. In the UK, they mass voted against it. They hate it in Australia. They hate it in Western Europe. They loathe it in Eastern Europe. It's unpopular everywhere it's tried.
People as possible. Ready for you.
All right. So this Congress so far has only passed 83 bills, which is on track at this point to be the lowest of the modern history. So I want this from both of you, which is, what is your opinion on the current Republican Party, which Trump heads, and how they've misspent their trifecta in government and what it means for the political future of the party?
Yeah, so I would agree with Owen. So here's maybe an olive branch. Republicans aren't doing a great job. And it would be nice to see many of them in Republican primaries get primaried out by better candidates. I would agree with that 100%. I just think that you're going to need Trump support to do that.
Right, and this doesn't even need to be an olive branch to Owen. Like, I don't, the idea that you're like offering an olive branch here, it's like, no, like, it should be like baseline recognition at this point that the congressional Republicans are traitorous until proven otherwise. So this is just like a baseline agreed upon point here. Saying that if you're going to say that Trump's administration has been a success, the idea that there would be a traitorous fake majority Republican contingent is baked into that fact. This is actually one of the reasons why, if you're going to accurately assess his presidency, particularly looking forward, you have to consider the effect that a traitorous Congress has on that. And if you want more from Trump, by definition, you need more congressional candidates who are aligned with Trump, who are going to facilitate what Trump is trying to do, which means you need candidates who are loyal, which means you need candidates who are going to run on Trump's agenda, not on being like I'm loyal to the people, I'm loyal to the principles, I'm loyal to the Constitution. No, motherfucker, you're loyal to the president. Remember how the Constitution wasn't saving you when Joe Biden was the president? Yeah, you're loyal to the president.
100% you're going to need his support to do it. So I do think that ultimately we miss the forest through the trees, and what happens is we go, well, wait a second, if we just accelerate and we wait until things get really bad, then somehow base candidates are going to come out of the woodwork and there's going to be new messiahs. That's not what happens. What happens is you live in 6 years of misery,
yes,
and then you rush to the other party to offset the damage done.
Yes.
And all you do the entire time your party comes in is undo everything the other one did.
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to respond to one if you want, but then we got to move to the next
I'll
question.
be quick. Yeah, speaking of Trump endorsements, I wish he wouldn't endorse people like Lindsey Graham right here in South Carolina. And,
why does he endorse Lindsey Graham? Because Lindsey Graham will whip votes for him when retards like Owen are spurging out about the fucking Epstein files. That's why he will endorse someone like Lindsey Graham.
I've been given the thought process behind it. I don't like it. I think Mark Lynch would be a much better senator, and Trump used to campaign against Lindsey Graham. But I will say this in response to the Congress issue with Republicans. I don't think this GOP, I don't think this Republican Party actually likes Trump. I think they're faking it. I think they're pretending it right now.
Of course.
And I think when the time comes, they will all turn on Trump. And I'm afraid it's going to be after the midterms when the Democrats move to impeach. If they do, I think a lot of Republicans are going to turn on Trump in that case. And we'll see what the Republican Party is doing.
But if we assure by continuously attacking Trump, that especially by labeling him as a pedophilic protector, which by the way he was almost assassinated for the other night, right? You read the manifesto. He was almost assassinated because they were like, wow, you're protecting pedophiles. You assure Democrats coming in, which will hamstring Trump, and they will impeach him. I 100% guarantee you that if Democrats get in office, they will impeach Donald Trump. And accelerationists on the right want that. But for why? Why? What's the point? It's not going to do any good. It's not like Democrats are going to come in and be like, well, we're not Zionists no more. Yeah, right. They'll just make everything worse.
Policy did that, not podcasters.
You fucking snake. That line right there, I just about threw my phone. Well, policy did that, not podcasters. Trump could have the dumbest execution of policy of all time, and it would still be better than the alternative. This is just a basic pragmatic point. Get off your fucking moral high horse. Oh, I'm just a podcaster. I'm just like a neutral third party. I don't have any power. He's the president. He's the one who has all the power. I'm just going to sit here and undermine him constantly and convince people not to vote for him and call him a pedophile and the Antichrist and owned by Jews. But, it's just his policies that caused him to fail. Just want to fucking... Oh.
Question. Huge fans of you both. Just want to say, Job spent a lot of time talking about the Epstein files. I just had a quick question about both of you, your opinion on Donald Trump hand appointing Ronald Lauder's son-in-law, Kevin Warsh, to the National Treasury earlier this year. Who, if you know anything about the Epstein files, he was the second biggest donor besides Les Wessner to Jeffrey Epstein.
Les Wessner, he was appointed. Kevin Warsh was appointed to the National Treasury. This guy seems like he's nice. He's probably cool. Podcasts have not been a net benefit to him. He's listening to the wrong podcasts. If you know that Kevin Warsh is the son-in-law of Ronald Lauder, but you don't know what the fucking Fed is, then you're in over your head. You don't need to. This is a burden to you. Having podcasters who are burdening you with this sort of knowledge is a detriment to you.
It's just the facts. Whether Trump was involved in anything illegal or not, I'm not convinced that he has been, but it's just a fact. Trump was in the Epstein circles. He hung around with all these people. I don't think you can deny that.
Next question.
Hello, you two. First of all, thank you guys so much for being here. I have a question for both of you. I'm a little concerned about this sort of division sort of on the right. So, Owen, could you provide me your strongest point of praise for Trump? And Andrew, your strongest point of criticism, please.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Again, I will never regret voting for Trump because he freed a lot of my friends that would have spent much of the rest of their lives in a federal prison. So for that, I will never regret voting for Trump. Whether or not I think it's propaganda driven, he has restored a certain level of patriotism, I think, to this country that is always good. Whether or not it comes from a base of truth or not, he is constantly trying to induce patriotism. So I think that that's good. He's obviously secured the border. On these three things, I would say that Trump has done a great job.
You don't even need to qualify these things. Oh, I don't know if it's sincere or not, but he's like stoking patriotism, and I guess that just fucking... You don't get brownie points for being like impartial or whatever. Nobody's fucking neutral, bro.
Yeah, Trump's done a great job. So to answer your question directly, he's way too pro-woman.
That's true. I will say, I call it the bimbofication of the administration.
Yeah. It's really bad. Bondi is a bimbo, 100%. The faith, his office of faith lunatic that he has in there, she's a problem, right? The fact that they bend over backwards for the females in the administration.
Hey, this was supposed to be positive. At least say they're good looking or something.
No, I'm supposed to take the
jump
worst.
Forward.
Oh, you were taking the
I'm taking the worst. What's the worst thing Trump's done? His pro-woman's the worst thing he's done, in my opinion.
Just to get in as many questions as we can with the remainder of time that we have.
Why are the women clapping for that? Good God.
Nobody hates women like women.
I have to restrict you guys to just one response to each question just to get as many questions in as we're running a little behind.
Okay. Oh, and Andrew said in his opening statement that one of the strengths of Trump was moving the Overton window. Just had a conversation about Republicans secretly hating Trump. I think I've seen you long enough.
I want to be friends with this guy.
Big fan. You have a problem with the uniparty and the way things have been for years and years and years in this country. Given the fact that it would be impossible to even consider a fraction of that uniparty before Trump, wouldn't you say that that alone is a success of Trump? That we have a better chance, he's making small incremental gains now, but we have a better chance of actually having someone that someone like me and you would say is much better in the future because of Trump. And wouldn't that be enough for you to consider him a success?
Yes.
That's a banger point. And again, this fucker just talking out of both sides of his mouth.
You would say is much better in the future because of Trump. And wouldn't that be enough for you to consider him a success?
Yes, but I think the issue... I think the issue that we're going to face is we're 2 election cycles away from that coming to fruition, and whatever damage is going to be done in the next 4 years, I don't know. I don't know how bad it's going to get, but I think that we're...
Whatever damage is going to be done. No. Whatever damage you are going to actively engage in, motherfucker. Again, this is just basic pragmatic politics. Even practical politics, for example. Practical politics on Telegram. Go follow it and appeal to pragmatism. This is just basic, yes, Trump has been useful because he's opened the possibility for other candidates to follow on behind him. So we need to ensure we drag this Trump thing out as long as possible to connect it to as many of them as possible. Oh, it's going to take an election cycle or two to get someone like that. Then perhaps we don't just hand political power to Democrats for an election cycle or two. Yeah, this is bad optics. You are the one damaging the optics. Exactly right, Just Plan Sar.
We're starting to see that process, yes.
Well, it's funny to me, though. Again, every time we go down these roads, it seems like Owen is more on the Trump has been more successful than not.
Right.
His big two things seem to be hinged on, I knew that they would, the Epstein files and what's going on in Iran. But anytime we get into domestic policy and what's going on here, he seems to have a much more favorable opinion. So
I get a closing statement, right?
Well, hang on, I'm just answering to the question, right? So
just making sure.
So I mean, overall, he seems like he's far more pro-Trump than not pro-Trump as far as the successes, in my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe the right one will get off my ass now.
This one?
Thank you both for the exciting debate. Andrew, do you believe that Trump could do a policy or an action that would be so bad that it would overcome all of his net successes? And if so, how would it not be him portraying himself as the God-man Jesus Christ, thereby incurring the wrath of God on our nation?
Oh, I see. So the meme? The meme? So I think that Trump's actually memed worse stuff than that, honestly. But sure, I'm willing to grant that was bad. Okay, yeah, he shouldn't have memed out himself as Jesus Christ healing the soldier. 100% agree. I'm definitely not giving Democrats control of the nation over it. It's not, no way, not in a million years. So even if Trump blasphemed, let's just say he's a blasphemer, all of the Democrats are blasphemers. They're all anti-Christian. They're all lunatics, and most of them are atheists. So it's like, okay, a little bit of blasphemy versus that. I'll take a little bit of blasphemy. Maybe you don't like it, right? But I'm assured what'll happen to Christians if Democrats get back into power. I'm assured.
Nobody will bite the fucking bullet like Andrew, because Andrew's got a pair of big old fucking brass balls that he carries around with him. He's got a special little Indian who's tasked with running the wheelbarrow to carry his brass balls around. A lot of people aren't ready for that fucking truth nuke right there. A lot of people are not ready for that.
That was a doctor, okay? I thought I was a doctor.
Too, on the doctor thing, he did say that with a smirk. He was like shit posting to the media when he said it. Just saying.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay, I was going to ask a question until the very end. Owen said that there's a MAGA cult now that Trump is ahead of.
Okay, this guy here, I don't know who this guy is. Totally steals the show.
The next one.
Okay, I was going to ask a question until the very end. Owen said that there's a MAGA...
Look at the shirt. I want the shirt. Give me that.
A cult now that Trump is ahead of. And I guess the question is, the biggest split now would be headed by Tucker Carlson having nicotine-driven demon visions, and Candace Owen talking about Bridget Macron's phallus and committing calumny against a widow and Erica Kirk, I guess, and the guy you just interviewed, Dan Bilzerian, talking about whatever the hell he's talking about between playing poker and fucking tons of women, whatever. So I guess the question is to both of you, I guess, which side is better, Trump and his people who are actually, effectuating change, in our favor, or, the people talking about Bridget Macron's dick and all that?
I mean, that's kind of a bit of a straw man, so I don't really know what that has to do with this debate.
I don't see Candace Owens in South Carolina, campaigning for Mark Lynch.
Or even debating her views. At least Owen debates his views.
I did campaign for Mark Lynch. I was here.
No, but I'm saying, most of the people within...
This dude is an absolute fucking patriot. We need to know who this guy is. I think this guy strikes me as a Doyleist. Is it just me? This guy, he's got to be one of us. He's got to be a baby bird.
The, true MAGA, as you would see it, they're mostly online. Outside of you and a couple others, they're mostly online just complaining. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not sure what exactly you're asking. Unfortunately, let me answer it like this. Unfortunately, good people in politics are very rare.
I feel like that doesn't answer the question at all.
There are no good sides. How about that? There are no good sides. There are no...
There are no good sides. This is the gayest fucking cop-out. No matter what, I just got to make sure I remain on my moral high horse. There are no good sides. Trump, why did you pardon him?
answer
good
it
sides.
directly. Obviously, Trump and the people who are affecting change in the positive light towards which Owen just admitted sets the stage for us to have better candidates in the future due to these current policies and direction that we're going. Obviously, that's superior to talking about Bridget Macron's penis.
We'll go to the next. This is actually our last question for the night.
There are no good sides, including yours.
To talking about Bridget Macron's penis.
We'll go to the next. This is actually our last question
That
for the
penis
night.
might get erect before we win another election.
Well, thank you to both gentlemen, by the way. My question is exclusively to Owen. So you mentioned about the problem of rising prices in America, and you propose a solution which is cutting more taxes for the average American so they have more money to spend.
Leave it to the slanty-eyed dude to come up and do the math problem for everyone.
But from my point of view, right, I believe that this will be counterproductive because, like, when you cut taxes, it actually stimulates the demand, and when you stimulate the demand, it actually makes the inflation worse. So I'm just wondering what your opinion on this, because I just do not believe that, from my understanding of economics, just cutting taxes to solve an issue of rising prices and inflation is not the way to approach it. So what do you think of it?
Well, I would disagree with the premise. I think that Americans having more money in their pocket, in their bank account, would be good for them economically. And the other side of that coin, let's say that the conclusion you've reached is accurate. The other side of that coin is that Americans just stay in perpetual debt. The country stays in perpetual debt, and Americans can never own anything, which is the current rate that we're at. And I don't think that's good. I'd like to see Americans be able to own something.
Lower prices, or it should, in theory, lower prices to the consumer.
Now it jumps there, so we didn't get basically any of Andrew's answer. But I do have to say, like, listening to Owen talk about these kinds of issues, where he just starts speaking in platitudes, like, "Oh, it'd be good if more Americans have more money in their pockets." He sounds like a fucking politician. He sounds like Jeb Bush or something.
Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay, so if that's the case, people already are going to have more money to spend without inflating the money supply, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
We'll jump to the next one, and we're going to move into a rapid fire. If you guys are able to answer in as pithy a way as possible, we'll go to the next question.
I'm relatively pro-tariff. It seems y'all two are also, but I see how you square the tariffs at the same time while Howard Lutnick and his sons are raking in millions, hundreds of millions of dollars through Cantor Fitzgerald, while at the same time Howard Lutnick is advocating for Trump to increase tariffs.
This is another one of these things. Like these guys, I don't know what podcast they're listening to. I don't know if they're just seeing headlines or whatever. The story he's referring to here is you have all these refunds that are going back to all the tariff refunds. Cantor Fitzgerald went out to these companies and bought the rights to those refunds at like 75 cents on the dollar. So that when the refunds were, they gave those companies an option. Do you want to hold out and try to get the refunds yourself? Or can we just give you 75 cents on the dollar now and we'll buy the right to ensure that when those refunds are made, those refunds come back to us? I don't know about you, but I like it when the administration is minimizing the extent to which the tariff refunds go back to the fucking criminals who are running these companies in the first place. Why does it matter to you? Why do you care? Are you saying it would be better if fucking Google and Amazon and whatever else, Chevron or whatever, these other companies, if they're the ones who are getting those refunds? Oh, stupid Howard Lutnick, the Jew, arguing for more tariffs when it's going to make him richer? Maybe you should position yourself so that you can argue for the things that make you richer too.
Buying out tariff rebates via companies while the American people are paying for those rebates on both ends.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying there's a private company which is taking advantage of the tariff situation?
Well, Howard Lutnick's sons.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to look into the specifics and details of that to speak competently on it with that particular case.
I would say you're speaking of Cantor Fitzgerald, and I think Lutnick is just a problem. I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of those answers, but I think that you have to look at it now and wonder if that wasn't a Lutnick policy that ultimately he cashed in on. I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, Donald Trump's tariff policy was actually a galaxy-brained, because the almighty Jew just playing Donald Trump like a marionette. Donald Trump's been talking for 50 years about tariffs, but the tariff policy, that was Howard Lutnick's scheme, so that he could make sure that this is going to fail, and so then there'd be all these tariff rebates, and then he could buy them out for pennies on the dollar and get paid out, and that's the only reason he's there. Just fucking... If our guys are getting rich off of these policies, the only problem with that is that more of our guys aren't getting rich off of it. The problem isn't that they're getting rich off of it. Again, this is like this, oh, we're like the neutral third party. I'm just the guy here calling balls and strikes. Get in the fucking ring, dickhead.
Do a really quick one.
Hey, first day, he took his kids to school. Come on.
Andrew, you spoke about he was talking about exporting Israeli pedophiles back and saying that was an obfuscation. Okay, so we don't want to talk about Israeli pedophiles, but what's one thing we can talk about?
Did we talk about it? But I actually gave him more accurate numbers, which was more than what.
We're not allowed to talk about Israel on the internet. That's why I'm here on the internet talking about how you can't talk about Israel on the internet.
Okay, many he said.
Going right to your point about accurate numbers, the Israelis have killed roughly 70,000 women and children, which is an official policy of their Palestinian ethnic cleansing, which is something Trump has enabled and supported. Would you say is like that a success of Trump? Like is Trump?
So we don't care about killing their pedophiles, but we care about. But if they die and it's to our benefit, that's not America first. I'm confused. I want to make sure I got this right. So if Trump is affecting killing a pedophilic elite in Iran, that is bad because it has nothing to do with American interest, and you don't care about foreign countries, right? But if it's the case that Trump in some way enables them to kill their enemies, right? That's not America first, and that's bad. You got to make up your mind here.
The killing of innocent people I'm talking about by the Israeli government.
Okay. Yeah, it's not America, so who cares, right? Isn't that the whole point?
It kind of is America because they take hundreds of billions of dollars from us.
Yeah, so
and they use our military. I mean, we subsidize Israel. Is anyone else sick of subsidizing a foreign country? I mean, good Lord.
Hang on. We subsidize every. We subsidize every foreign country.
I agree. Stop.
There's like, I don't know. It's a minimal amount that goes to Israel compared to all the other countries. And when we give hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel. Yeah, like we give hundreds of billions of dollars to everyone. Oh, yeah, let's just stop. Let's just stop giving money to everyone. You fucking Mott and Bailey prick.
Stop it all.
So that's one.
Cut
and
it
not only
all
that, not only that. Here's what's funny. It's like I think
it's actually something like $2 or $3 billion, and the majority of it is actually prearranged military deals where they are buying shit from us. So it's like we give them $1 billion so that they can buy $1 billion worth of our shit.
I don't want to subsidize Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. Okay, I don't care. But I also don't give a shit if they're engaged in perpetual conflict with Arabs. I don't fucking care. I agree, pull our money out of that. I don't want anything to do with it. That has nothing to do with whether or not Trump has been a success as a president, even if I count that against him.
I hate to do it, but
even if I count that against Trump, he would still have been a more successful president.
So
still.
True.
All right, ready?
Hey, so we've heard from Andrew tonight a lot about how the Democrats have hamstrung Trump. Trump can't unilaterally do X, Y, and Z. Yeah. So why is it that when it comes to declaring a war, not a war, he can do so unilaterally without approval from Congress?
Yeah, because he's the commander-in-chief of
the general.
Hang on.
He's the general.
No, it doesn't mean that. You need to read the Constitution. Let's go to the Constitution to the.
The Constitution says
hang on.
You cannot unilaterally declare war.
Do you want me to answer or not?
First the president's not allowed to declare war. The president, the Congress, he needs to be submitting himself to Congress.
Well, first of all, if you know U.S. history, then you would know how many times we've been embroiled in conflict abroad by the president of the United States, including by Thomas Jefferson. Why'd you leave? Is it just like a mic drop and then I'm gonna go? Like,
grandstanders. Every single one of these motherfuckers. They're just grandstanders.
They tell me I started a war. Of course I started a war, but I'm going to say it's not a war because I don't want to get impeached. It's very simple, okay? Yeah. It's very simple.
Yeah,
not a war.
The commander-in-chief.
It's over. I won 5 times, by the way, and I'm the president of peace.
The commander-in-chief.
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. Does have broad power when it comes to unilaterally utilizing the military. Congress has control of the purse. They have control of the funding and of the purse. Right now, the military is funded. Trump can do basically whatever the hell he wants with them, unless there's an act of Congress. Where is that at?
We have to jump into the closings. So
it failed, didn't it?
Yeah.
We'll go right into these closings with 3.
Whoa.
So
it failed, didn't it?
Yeah.
No! There's 2 of them! Ah!
We'll go right into these closings with 3-minute time sections. We're going to start with Andrew, of course, and then we'll follow up with Owen. Andrew, the floor is all yours for your 3-minute closing.
Yeah, so a whole bunch of things to cover as we're going over the span of this debate. I know that we got caught on the Epstein stuff, but the reason that was important to get caught on is because it's the hammer and bludgeon that the left wing has been using to defame Trump now ever since the debacle of the Epstein file release, which was a debacle. 100% I'm not going to even bother trying to defend it.
Here's the thing. So we say it was a debacle. So this is like your guy. This is your guy who pardoned you and all of your buddies and like, yeah, he's been really good on closing the border. And, you know, like, this is our guy. The guy, all of our hopes rest upon this guy. So then, is it prudent then, he asks rhetorically, is it prudent to place a microscope on every single one of his perceived failures? In what universe does that make sense? Like the thing with Lutnick. This is fucking politics. This is a dirty game. You got one side that's approximately on your side. You've got every other side that wants you dead. But you're so committed to this, like, I am the light on a hill. I am up here on my high horse. Weather is great up here, sniffing the highfalutin air. I am the moral grandstander who's so committed to being good that I'm going to go out of my way to be the fucking marching troops of the enemy, highlighting every single possible conceived failure. Why would that ever make sense? If Trump does something that's bad or that fails or that doesn't work, leaving aside all of the moral grandstanding just as a simple matter of practical politics, it's not in any of our interests for so-called our guys to spend all of their time and effort and energy highlighting everything they perceive to be a failure. You are actively working against your own interests, unless you're lying about your interests. And what you're really in this for is moral accolades and impressions and an audience and internet money. Because it turns out if that's what you're actually in it for, then every single thing that you're doing makes a lot of sense.
It was a debacle the way that was released. Now, that aside, labeling this guy a pedophile, and that's what they label him, and labeling him as a protector of pedophiles, all that's done is destroy him in the public psyche. And when you see the alt-right, maybe not all alt-righters, I'm generalizing here a little bit, but when you see right-wingers who also try to bludgeon him with the same thing, they're doing the Democrats' work for them. Democrats never gave a shit about the Epstein files. Nothing was ever released under any Democrat president. In fact, the sweetheart deals to Costa, as we pointed out, was done under Obama. They've never cared about it. They use it as a bludgeon against the guy, and Republicans go right along with it. Basically, they're using that as a position to try to sweep the midterms. And that's exactly what's probably going to happen. And you're going to be really mad when they do, because you're going to remember what it was like living under Democrats. It sucks. Now, that's why that was so important. And
yeah, all these guys who are like, Trump isn't successful because people are hurting. Then Democrats win elections and they totally freak the fuck out. Like you haven't been going out and making the case for Democrats to win elections every fucking day.
And I asked Owen about evidences, and of course, he didn't fucking have any. The evidence is always, they didn't give us enough evidence. Okay, but what about the fact that what we do have, what about the redactions? Andrew, what about that? Okay, that was all done mostly by attorneys. Trump can't do much about that, right? Every time you get into the specifics of these things and these details with these people, it's no different than when I'm on TikTok arguing with them. They never have anything of substance to say on the topic, only insinuations, this is what must be happening, this and that, but they're defaming the President of the United States with this. They're bludgeoning him with it, which gives the Democrats an upper hand. That's why that was important coming into this when we're talking about the success of Donald Trump. I'd say that that's hamstringing some of that success. When it came to the domestic policies, Owen basically rolled over. I mean, he agrees with me on the net zero migration. He agreed on Trump pardoning him and all of his friends. He agreed with tariffs. He agrees with all of these various things. The only 2 points he seems to have that he really tries to hammer Trump on is just the idea of this conflict in Iran, which is only going on for 7 weeks. I'm not going to move against Trump without serious boots on the ground if he's doing limited airstrikes in this war to give ground to Democrats. That's insane. No way. I'm not doing it. The other problem is that I think I demonstrated all of these successes. Owen did not do a great job of demonstrating Trump's failures. He, in fact, agreed with me more than he didn't on most of the things that I consider to be successful. Now, if we go back just a couple of years, if I said that we would get to a point where we have net negative migration, more people leaving than coming in, you guys would be jumping for joy. Never thought possible. And yet here we are. That's not good enough. What's Trump done for me lately?
Thank you very much for that closing statement. The timer is set for you as well, Owen. 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
My last comment as far as the debate here is concerned, the ultimate measuring stick for Trump's success is going to be the midterms, which you've sacrificed, that you are expecting that Republicans are going to lose. Trump is going to be on the campaign trail, and Republicans are going to still lose the midterms. And if you want to say, oh, well, this is the media, this is the Epstein stuff, Trump has been against the media through 2 election cycles and 3. He's won 3 election cycles with the media attacking him. So I don't really think that's legitimate. But I want to step back. I want to step back from the actual contents of the debate, and I want to make a general statement about why I don't view Trump's administration as a success. And that might be because my expectations were too lofty, but this is the reality of the situation as I see it, and I think as a lot of Americans see it. The debate up here was politics as usual. It seems like a lot of the stuff happening in D.C., Democrats, Republicans, it's all just politics as usual. I supported Donald Trump and voted for Donald Trump 3 times because I'm sick of the politics.
I can't believe that there's politics as usual. Here's where he starts just like he's going to run for office or something. This is him getting ready to launch a campaign or something.
As usual. I'm looking for somebody to go in there and have massive reform, turn tables over, shrink the government in ways that we never thought possible. We all think Trump says treason. How many times has Trump said treason? Nobody's been tried for treason. Nobody's been arrested for treason. So I elected a reform agent. I elected a change agent. I elected somebody to get in there and not do politics as usual, but actually ram heads with the globalists, ram heads with the establishment, and completely remake this country to closer to what it was founded upon, closer to the constitutional ideals, closer to self-government, closer to being independent, shrinking the government, bringing everything internally instead of sending out aid all over the country. That's what I wanted. Lofty goals, high expectations.
Literally everything he listed off are exactly the things that Trump has accomplished in 15 months. Oh, he didn't do the whole thing in 15 months, so I'm going to tune out.
Maybe, but I think the understanding from the American people and why we supported Trump, I don't know how much longer, I don't know how many opportunities we're going to get to save this country politically. I don't know how many other opportunities.
Wow, maybe we should capitalize on the one we have fucking right now.
We're going to get to save this country. And I feel like if we can't do it with Trump and Bongino and Patel, if we can't do it with this team, that's a blow. That's a blow. I don't know where we go from here. The Democrats get back in. It's going to be worse than ever. But that's what I elected from Trump. I elected a change agent. I wanted somebody to get in there and do massive reform, massive shrinking of government, beyond just DOJ, arresting deep state criminals. And we're just simply not getting it, and it doesn't look like it's going that way either. And I'm just concerned. I don't know how many more election cycles our country can take before it becomes impossible to save this country politically.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please join me in giving one final.
I'm just it's just a campaign speech.
Applause to our speakers. What a fantastic debate.
Great. A lot of fun. Great job. You want to come have it?
We'll have one more announcement.
Take a picture outside where our picture is too.
We'll have one more announcement from Sean.
All right, very last thing. Literally just having a delusional golden retriever mindset measurably changes outcomes in physiology. Sleep badly? Convince yourself you're well rested. Stressful day? Convince yourself it's fuel. Failed? Convince yourself it's useful data. Placebo sleep affects cognitive functioning. The placebo effect is any outcome that is not attributed to a specific treatment, but rather to an individual's mindset. This is from Benson and Friedman, 1996. This phenomenon can extend beyond its typical use in pharmaceutical drugs to involve aspects of everyday life, such as the effect of sleep on cognitive functioning. In 2 studies examining whether perceived sleep quality affects cognitive functioning, 164 participants reported their previous night's sleep quality. They were then randomly assigned to one of 2 sleep quality conditions or 2 control conditions. Those in the above average sleep quality condition were informed that they had spent 28.7% of their total sleep time in REM, whereas those in the below average sleep quality condition were informed they had only spent 16.2% of their time in REM sleep. Assigned sleep quality, but not self-reported sleep quality, significantly predicted participant scores in the paced auditory serial addition test and controlled oral word association task. In other words, the actual sleep quality that they had did not determine their performance as much as when they were told they had a certain sleep quality. Assigned sleep quality did not predict participant scores on the digit span task as expected, nor did it predict scores on the symbol digit modalities test, which was unexpected. The control conditions showed that the findings were not due to demand characteristics from the experimental protocol. These findings supported the hypothesis that mindset can influence cognitive states in both positive and negative directions, suggesting a means of controlling one's health and cognition. Yet again, science proves the merits of retard maxing. This person says the Hagakure talks about this. Bushido is to enter a death frenzy. Even dozens of men cannot kill a man in a frenzied state already determined to die. Lord Naoshige said this: one cannot accomplish great exploits in a normal frame of mind. Just become insane and desperate to die. In the way of the warrior, contemplating matters too deeply will cause you to fall behind others. Don't think of loyalty or filial piety, just enter a frenzy to perish in Shido. Loyalty and filial piety will manifest as a matter of course in the death frenzy. Don't focus on the loyalty or filial piety. Enter a frenzy to perish. And then the loyalty and filial piety will manifest naturally. And the opposite is also true. Focusing on problems and distress can worsen mood and impair problem solving. The frame you put around stress, fatigue, and failure shapes the outcome. This is from the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 1995. Effects of self-focused rumination on negative thinking and interpersonal problem solving. Hypotheses about the effects of self-focused rumination on interpretations of events and interpersonal problem solving were tested in 3 studies with dysphoric and non-dysphoric participants. Study 1 supported the hypothesis that dysphoric participants induced to ruminatively self-focus on their feelings and personal characteristics would endorse more negative biased interpretations of hypothetical situations than dysphoric participants induced to distract themselves from their mood or non-dysphoric participants. Study 2 showed that dysphoric participants who ruminated were more pessimistic about positive events in their future than the other 3 groups. Study 3 showed that dysphoric ruminating participants generated less effective solutions to interpersonal problems than the other 3 groups. In studies 1 and 3, dysphoric ruminating participants also offered the most pessimistic explanations for interpersonal problems and hypothetical negative events. In all 3 studies, dysphoric participants who distracted were as optimistic and effective in solving problems as non-dysphoric participants. The case against tuning out, according to science, when you are obsessed about what could happen, all the bad things, when you're thinking, trying to parse all these details out, and we need to hyperanalyze all these things and ruminate and perseverate, you are disabling yourself. You are making yourself mentally ill. You might as well just put the plastic bags in the pot and start cooking them. Wrap the thing around your arm, start slapping the vein, get the needle ready. Perpetually perseverating on negative things. Being neurotically fearful about all the bad things that could come to pass. Listen to my president. Just don't worry about it. It's going to work out. You know why? Because it always does. You must retard max. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. So true, Slutty Milk. Now, on the tip goal up here, we are technically short. We're short of the goal. However, thanks to the extraordinary generosity of Dr. Doomguy, Bobby Ballbags, Barnden, and Emperor Atreides, we've had, if my count is correct here, we've had 26 gifted subs today. 26 gifted subs over on X. Each gifted sub is something like $4.40 or something that actually hits my bank account. So out of the 26, we're just going to say $100. We're going to add that to the total tonight or this afternoon, whatever we are. And I am going to do a drawing. I am going to consider it good. I'm going to say we hit the goal, and someone's going to win 10% of the total goal tonight. We're going to say $45. There we go. Hessian.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Just off work. Time man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. $55. Someone is going to win $55. Thank you to Hessian Beard, Absolute Patriot. We got our names here. We got 34 names. We're going to pick one. Well, I'm not going to pick one. The gods are going to pick one. Between 1 and 34, random number. 18. Who is it? Caradwin. Caradwin wins again. $55 coming your direction, sir. I appreciate you. You're always one of the first in the live chat. You're here constantly, one of the great supporters of the show. So shout out to you. $55 coming to Caradwin. Doom Guy.
More shekels.
Thank you, Dr. Doom Guy. Absolute patriot.
A shekel for a good guy.
All right, that's going to be, it's $55, $60, somewhere in that vicinity. I'll figure it out. I will get the buckaroonies sent over to Caradwin. Thank you to all of you guys. Please do share the show. I don't know. I probably shouldn't say it out loud. I was thinking about maybe just clipping out the part here, the latter part here, where I talked about the debate and posting that separately. We'll see if I decide to do that or not. I need to get to sleep. I've been awake for way too long, and I've got to get up and do another show in the morning. There's going to be tons and tons of stuff to get to. So, Enchanted Hero says, "Is this a new thing with 10% of the reach goal being shared?" Yes, 10%. So if we hit the goal on a given day, then I will do a random drawing. You go to forum.kingpill.com, and I'm going to, and I do a random drawing, and whoever wins that drawing gets 10% of the total tip take for the day sent to them in the form of a digital gift card of their choice. There is no purchase necessary. I just need something to call you and a way to contact you, and I will get it sent over to you when you are the winner. And I'll be wiping that clean here at the end of the month. So appreciate all the support guys today. Seriously, it really means a lot. Amy says, "You're making getting laid off way less frightening. This truly is a family, and Matt is the court jester, apparently." That is me. I'm here to perform for you, and you're taking some of the pressure off of Mrs. Kingpilled. So deeply, deeply appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow for another episode of the Astrolabe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough, and I said,